Alright, but we're going to be getting back into Kenshi. For those who are unfamiliar with Kenshi, this is kind of one of those real janky beloved games that's been around for a while. It doesn't get much updates right now. It's got a very active modding scene, but they've been working on Kenshi 2 using a new engine because this engine has lots and lots of pain points in it. But we were doing a Crab Raider run. We did pivot off of that because I was getting kind of tired of the mod pack being like adding stuff I didn't want. And then on top of that, I was also getting frustrated with the fact that the crabs eat so much expletive food that I was spending more times just doing maintenance, and when I, had wasted so much training on them. So bear with me, because I also realized I know I owe a Lego piece from Biddy's earlier. There's 2 Lego pieces. Okay, so I owe 2 Lego pieces. So what we're gonna do real fast is I clicked outside the building. I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to get those Lego pieces I owe. For those who are new here, for every sub or 100 biddies, I add a Lego piece to the kit. And so I just forgot to do that earlier, so that's my bad. ADHD things. Alright, so there's 1 piece there, the 4th little black peg. And then we have 1 of these, so you face this way. And there is the 2 pieces. Not much to look at. You got that going on and whatnot. A lot of people already know what it is because a lot of people suggested the kit, but I'm not going to say, and you'll just figure it out over time. All right, so the other night you're writing a sentence backwards and you cannot get stuff. Oh my god, what was that? I ran into that too, and I never did figure it out. It just stopped doing it. That I was typing, and it'd just take whatever. So what the heck was I doing? Right, so did the Holy Sword start, which the idea is you supposedly have a quote-unquote legendary sword that we started with, which is this. Edge type 1 is good. It's actually, it's a really good sword. I would not say it is legendary. I feel I'm being oversold on what I was given. But because we did that start, we are wanted by the Holy Nation and the United Cities, the 2 main factions in the game, hate our guts, want to throw me in a cage and forget about me. Which is fine by me. But right now, we're in the early game. We've been training against the Dust Bandits to get to the point of being able to actually not lose every fight we get in there. Seems to be mostly with Logitech keyboard too. I have a Razer right now, which, for the record, I've not been the happiest with, in all honesty. For the longest time, I've used WASD mechanical keyboards. That's not the layout, that is literally the brand name. And I was pretty happy with those, but I had my keyboard was kind of failing, and, I still had to stream that night. I didn't have a spare that was in good shape. So I was like, I could just run, I could run over. There's a mall, like 1 town over. I can go run to the mall. They've got a Razer store right there. I could buy it right there on site. I've heard nothing but good things about Razer. I'll grab a keyboard and all that. And I've had this keyboard, misread keys and all sorts of stuff. It's doing better now, but it's like it came out of the factory with issues. And then, I was able to clean up. I actually resoldered one of the, I think it was the H key, that I actually unsoldered and resoldered the switch, because the solder job was messy, which is why that one wasn't reading reliably. And as well as things that, it didn't start acting up till just a month after I got it, and having to drive to town, the whole town, next town over to, try to take it back and all that sort of stuff. And from what they're saying is they were going to have to potentially send it to the shop, and but I won't have a keyboard. It was just oh my god, just please. But I was able to fix it, because the good news about keyboards is, as far as most of the systems in it, they're relatively simple circuitry. When you get to the ones that have macro keys and the volume adjusters, some of those things can get to be complicated circuitry. But the buttons, it's just you've got your pins in, pins on one side and the other, and all you're doing when you push the keys, you're just completing the circuit. And so it wasn't too bad. I'm hoping I don't have more issues, but I'm just annoyed that 1 month after I got a brand new keyboard, it had problems. Versus the other keyboard over there is 8, 9, 10... Actually, it's somewhere in the area of 10 years old. Because I got it after me and Tomb met, but not by much. Let's see, Enoch says, you bought your current keyboard used? It was pretty cheap. Wasn't sure about the layout, but found myself liking it. That was, I've got a bunch of mice all over the place here. I have, because I was dealing with, like, pain in my hand, because, you know, when you're in software development, you got to worry about stuff like carpal tunnel syndrome and all that kind of stuff. But I ended up with a, oh, what was it? A meridian nerve compression, or not meridian, median nerve compression. So not full-on carpal tunnel syndrome, but a median nerve compression, which is like the precursor to carpal tunnel. I have no food. Why am I running around here with no food? It's fine. We'll get into a fight or two and then we'll leave. Because that is your carpal tunnel is just there's a gap in your like your bones in your wrist. That's your carpal tunnel, is just the gap itself. And then the nerve that goes through with all the ligaments that run through it, that is your median nerve. And so what carpal tunnel syndrome is that median nerve, there's a sheath around it, that what ends up happening is as you beat up on your wrist and all of that, you eventually start getting cuts in the end of that sheath. And so that debilitating pain is related to that sheath. Alright, so we're going to attack them. But, so a median nerve compression is when that sheath is starting to get damaged and all that. Because what actually damages you with carpal tunnel syndrome is it's a very narrow channel there, the carpal tunnel, that nerve goes through. The nerve starts getting inflamed, it swells, it fills up that space, and now those little ligaments moving up and down, instead of moving up and down and gliding nicely, they just kind of seesaw through the corner, like the edges of it and everything, and it just gets like worse and worse and worse. Until you have serious problems. So the median nerve compression is like where it's getting inflamed and starting to get hurt, whereas carpal tunnel is when you're like actually have messed it up. We are getting absolutely beaten the tar out of by the hungry bandits or starving bandits. Now, good news, I have no food for them to steal, so they won't take my stuff. That wasn't a deliberate plan, but it is how it has worked out. I'm surprised this is going so bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, I wasn't expecting it to go great. But the fact that we're getting absolutely obliterated. Because yesterday we were fighting some dust bandits fine. It's fine, whatever. We're still low on defense and all that. We're getting our stats up. The last 3 keyboards you got have all been disappointing. I was really happy with the WASD keyboard. Like, that one served me really well. Like, I used it for, like I said, it was like something like 10 years. And it still works. It was, some of the keys were getting stuck in position that I wasn't able to, like, clean it up to get rid of it. It's just worn in. Realistically, I could take it apart, buy a new switch for, like, whichever switches are no good, and it's probably fine, which might be even what I do if I actually sit down and take the time. No, I'm sorry, that was wrong. It was stopping reading entirely. That's right. Because I have 2 of the same keyboard. One of them, I stopped having the keys register well, and they just need to be, like, replaced, like a switch or 2, and we'd be good. I think that's actually still around, because Tomb started using that for a while when her keyboard just gave up entirely. It was the other one where the actual wire connects to it. Don't you dare. We need to get out of here. We need to get out of here now. Pick up beep. Don't medical beep. Pick up beep. I can't. I have a busted arm. Because they will take our sword away. Stop hitting me as collateral. Can you pick up Rual? No. Why does everyone have to have a broken arm? I mean, the answer is because they're hybrids and their limbs are made out of paper mache and dreams. But, you know what? Alright, Beep. I understand, man. You gotta run. You gotta get out of here, Beep. Go without me. Be free, Beep. Don't be a jerk. Stop hitting Beep. My hope is I'm just getting Beep far enough away that they'll be busy trying to deal with all of them. Alright, we can't try and sneak off. Because if we're trying to sneak off, what'll end up happening is they'll still go after you to pick it up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, move. Move. No, leave me alone. No, let's be friends. We'll probably reload, because if they take my sword, I'll never find it again. Oh, good. A random one person fought them. Right now, I wish a group of dust bandits would roll through here. These guys would still win against the dust bandits, but it would buy me enough time to get out of here. I'm actually surprised to see them this far over. No, I don't want to be a slave. Yeah, I'm not dealing with them taking the sword and then spending forever to try and find the sword. Okay, that wasn't far enough back. That's the one thing. Groups like that that'll steal your kit, you never find it afterwards. You end up like going through and you like knock them all down later and you'll be like, alright, who has it? Who has it? And you just won't. That was the other thing I debated doing for this run as well. So this time I'm going to actually grab food, because I didn't think of that last time. That's one of the things I had debated was, if we wanted to do, like, a commit... Oh, I guess you... What? Whatever. That we apparently have food now. I don't really understand, but okay. Actually, while our arms are recovering. Let our arms recover for a minute. We'll get a little bit of research knocked out. Because I need to get another person to, here, we'll have Beep run around in the meantime. Because I want to make it like hybrids only. And if we can get up to the point of in prison, we can recruit our number. We can improve our numbers. I know there's other hybrids you can recruit, but I, for the life of me, don't remember where. Okay, so show research. We're currently researching Small House. We would need more books for Tech Level 2. Let's do that. That way when we're in recovery between injuries and all that, we can make that happen. Alright, Beep can run to the rebel base. They might have books. Well, Rual's arm heals up. Beep doesn't believe in stairs. Alright. Because I'd like to pretty early on get our extra recruits so that everyone's training up, so we don't do the thing where we get a couple people trained up and then we have to go back and start trying to train up again and then go back and then train up again as we get new people. I'd like everyone to kind of be brought along together as a group. Alright, so grab their books to get tech level 2. I think it's tech level 3 is the imprisonment. Now, downside is I think I need the bigger bench. I can actually do that in the hub, but I would need to buy a bigger building than the one we got. It's when I go bigger than that, it starts to get sketchy. Beep sees a training opportunity. Okay. Are hivers easy to get? If you do the recruitment mod, yes. If you don't use the recruitment mod, not particularly. They're not super difficult to get. Alright, so tech level 2. So if I were to upgrade to this building, I would need 6,000. How are you doing with that arm? Alright, let's get you away from that. Quick save that. Oh. I mean, why are you oh, I have it set to public. Okay. I was like, there's like a random tech hunter here with a bounty on him. It doesn't matter. I can't turn them in because the United Cities hates me. But it's just like randomly walking around to someone with a bounty nearby. It's like, okay. Sure. Alright, so we'll go back over towards Dust King, because that's where we've been reliably finding targets to fight. Because we're getting there. Like, Beep actually has a pretty good balance of skills. They're just not particularly high. Rual, on the other hand, because he's using katanas, has absolutely terrible defense. But the other skills are getting there as well. But we're going to keep scaling them up. And then the idea is we will liberate hivers from the Queen to build up our force. I mentioned last time, I think we might go for somewhere in the area of like 7, 8, or 9 hivers for our main combat force. And then what I'll do is I'll probably have a secondary group that'll be like the base builder kind of things to, you know, start working on being able to make armor and that kind of nonsense. We shouldn't have to worry too much about them. I'm going to probably put them somewhere center map where we shouldn't have to deal with too many people hating us and wanting to attack us. But then potentially do stuff like maybe snag a couple of skeletons or whatever to like work the turrets or whatever. We can worry about that when we get there. That'll be a ways off. But for right now, we're terrible at everything, and we want to be less terrible at things. Okay, so we got some dust bandits over here. So if I attack the one in the back unprovoked, we could try and draw them away from their friends. No, you're not done yet. That's probably far enough. Yeah, so I want to keep training up on them. Well, we're not getting any defense in this one. We're getting lots of attack. Because the poor guy is just... like, we're just switching who's beating the crap out of him at any given moment. Alright, we can take this. I've been taking the armor off of them, because the armor's actually decent quality. Actually, wait. Were your pants better? Your pants are 90, 90, 19, 17, 50. Okay. So this one has a little bit more defense, but less coverage. Yes, I wouldn't say they're actually better. Alright, first one down. They need to attack too? Yeah, no, I don't disagree. But that's the thing. If I could sit there and just wail on him a bunch... Considering how little armor we're wearing, the fact that Beep got hit somewhere in armor that fully deflected the crossbow hit is honestly pretty impressive. It's like he has like that one little teeny tiny metal plate right there, and the guy's just like shot him right in the metal plate going, it didn't work. Because poor Beep's running around. He's got basically a leather jacket, and he's got an armored rag where it's got like one metal plate on the hip. So that guy just shot Beep right in the hip. Or what alternatively happened is Beep was like Wonder Woman, you know, where like someone shoots a gunner and she puts up her gauntlets as if she could just like deflect, you know, full gunfire with the little wrist racers. It was one of those things. Except for Beep, you know, Beep did like a little hip bob. You know Beep could do it. We all know Beep could do it. Hip check the arrow? Absolutely. Yeah, so basically I'm trying to like systematically attack the group. Rual did the same thing. Rual doesn't even have actual armor on. Rual has like cloth and leather. You remember when the original Wonder Woman was on TV? Yep. You like this strategy? Yeah, this is the kind of thing you do early on, is you just try and heal one or two off at a time. You fight them, you win. And then you do that until, like, individually, Beep and Rual can both handle their own targets without taking much in the way of damage. And then you can afford to, you know, maybe have each of them fight two people, that kind of thing. We'll work our way up. But, like, we'll keep pulling stuff until we start losing. Alright. Plus, we're also making a little bit of money here and there. Alright, so where is... There's your friends. Because this is going to be our first target, is to take out the Dust Bandit. Of the bounties, he's one of the cheaper ones. Now, I also believe he is one I could turn into the Shek as well. Which works out, because I can't turn bounties into the normal other people you'd turn bounties into. Because they hate us and we have a bounty on our head. But the Shek are cool with us. The Shek are chill. I mean, they actually don't like us. They make fun of us because we're skinny little bug people. But they don't actively want to throw us in a prison cell. All right. We're getting almost nothing but head hits on this poor guy. There we go. Starting to work those other limbs a little bit. Get a little bit of leg in there. There we go. And pretty soon Rual's going to get bad at fighting by carrying too much. Alright, did they peel off to attack me? Following the leader. I think they're just having pathing problems that are taking them into me. That's fine, I can live with this. It's the result I wanted, I just didn't have to put my own effort into it. It also beats getting your food stolen. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that, like, that's gonna happen a lot. The big thing I'm worried about is if I get taken down by United Cities, the Slavers, the Manhunters, and a couple of the other ones, they'll steal my weapons. Which is really a bummer in the game when you get like a metal weapon early on, because you're abusing mechanics that you get early on. And then you're not thinking about some random like slaver group takes you down and they steal your metal weapon, you don't even realize it till after the fact. And then you're just going, where is my extremely valuable weapon that's like one of a kind? And by then it's just like, it's just gone. Alright, next contestant. I think this will be the last one to get out of this group, because the group will have gotten too... Oh, no, they're still right there. I thought the group was going to be too far away for me to figure out where they went. Alright. So you restart the name queue? Yeah, let's go ahead and restart the name queue. It'll be a little bit before we end up getting new people, but once we get to the point we can get new people, it'll probably not be that slow. It'll probably be a lot of names pretty quick, and then there'll be like no new names for a long time. Alright, so Rual's basically overloaded now. It's just always funny when you get two people timing their strikes to be like, one, then one, then one, then one. And watch the poor person try and defend themselves. Now, one nice thing is about the katana is they have so much cut damage, you will have a tendency when you knock people down to give them really bad bleeds. Yes, we got a little roughed up in that fight. Our inventory is almost full by the time we're bandaged up. And they're way over there. It's probably fine. Because we're also getting to the point of overburdened. Sure, your helmet's worthless, but I'll take it anyways. Good enough for me. Okay, so with that, let's take our acquired possessions and get moving. And that's another one dying. And to bring it home, we'll need a little bit of time to recover. None of them are really badly hurt, but Beep took some pretty good chest hits. We want to talk about it, maybe? Drop your weapons and hand over your cats. Calm down. We don't need to spill blood here. Then please, help me. Spare some food. Here, 200 cats. Great. That can give me half a chew stick. Now we're apparently friends for a moment. Because we're super overburdened, we weren't going to be able to run away. I'd rather give them the 200. One of these pieces of armor will make that money back. Sometimes it'll be like 200 and they'll be like, that's not enough, and then you fight anyways. But yeah, it was worth it. Because the problem is we take a severe penalty from being this over-encumbered when it comes to fighting. So there is that. But that also means they're getting a little bit of strength just by running around. Alright. That path they go to the bridge never gets old. Yeah, where they have the bridge there and they're clearly walking across it, but the graphic of the people like zipping down the vertical hill and then right back up. And if you stop in the middle, you will appear on the bridge sometimes and all that. But it is one of those things that it definitely doesn't know what to do about it. Like that, honestly, to me, I think that's like the biggest reason why Kenshi is being, like, switching engines, why they're focused on Kenshi 2, is just all that stuff. Because I've seen lots of people who are, like, tried to fix Kenshi's pathing, and they're like, okay, this is better, I've sunk hundreds of hours into it, it's still bad, but not as bad. They're like, Kenshi is still Kenshi, like, when it's, you know, the end of the day. Okay, so you bought all that. How are we doing in bandages? I've got 3 little bandages and 6 little bandages. That's probably fine. You both have a little bit of food, so you're probably fine. The books are not back in stock yet. And I was going to toss a backpack on them, but they don't have those for sale here. So what we're going to go ahead and do is tell them to both research for a little while. Oh, you can't. Okay. Only one per time. So you go to sleep. And Rual will research while you sleep, and then we'll switch them out. Oh, did that give me enough to buy the bigger house? It did. But how big do I want to go? So this house will accommodate our needs. We could save up money and buy, like, the giant house in the corner or whatever. I don't think we need to do that. Like, this is probably plenty. So you'll need 10 of the kits for that. I just noticed you had your books back. Alright. Show research. I think you have to wait till you get the bigger bench before it'll show up. Okay, so build there. If you just need room for the cages. Yeah, no, the thing is I need room for a Tech 2, and I think that's it research table. I can't remember if I need a Tech 2 or a Tech 3 research table. But that's kind of the problem. Because the Tech 2 or Tech 3 won't fit in this room. Yeah, so makeshift walls. Yeah, so it's Tech 3 requires 10 books. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, and we need a Tech 2 bench. What we're going to have Rual do is he's going to take the books back out of here. And then we're going to dismantle this. And Rual will help with this. And unfortunately you can't like sell back the building or anything like that, or disassemble the building or anything like that.
You make it easy, like no traffic on a Sunday morning. Keeping your body warm like feathers, protecting you from the rain when it's pouring, like dinner on the table.
This is such a weird track. Okay, so we got that done for the moment. Yeah, so all I need to do now is we'll need enough, I'll need enough iron plates. Oh, you know what? Where was it? It was not... was it this one? No, it was this one. We can run over here. We can fight some bandits along the way, but we can run over and grab that stuff. We'll use the same cages that you used in the last run. Same cages I used in last... Oh yeah, I think that's the only ones by default. Because we don't have the Universal Wastelands mod, so like a lot of the other fancy stuff they had, we got rid of. So we're not vanilla, but we do have some of the things like larger party size and that kind of nonsense. I honestly debated just going full vanilla, but there's some of the stuff I have, like the texture compression that makes the game perform better. What? They crossed the bridge, like, correctly. What is this? I don't understand. What have you done with the Kenshi I know and love? Just casually walking through a bridge like it's a solid object.
She whispers, "You make it easy. Turn the pages, new chapter. Let me show you how."
It's such a bummer. Like the other run I was playing, not the one on stream, but one I've been doing off stream. There's a Dust Bandit camp right there. That was like perfect. For like me to train on. Oh, that's Nomads. They're not gonna have anything I can use or want. Because I want to go up here. That is the one I want? No, that's not the one I want. I'm sorry, I want to go over there. Because the tiny settlement has a bunch of construction materials. I could just run over here, grab like both their inventories full real fast, and be done with it. We also need iron plates for the actual research bench. I can't remember if it's 8 or 10 research plate or iron plates, but the goal is to grab, I should have checked how many I need. So we start with 10, Beep bought 4, I think, and then Rual grab 1, so we should need at least 5 construction materials. Yeah, right up there we can grab them. So we can grab 5 construction materials, and then a bunch of iron plates should cover us. Who's fighting here? I'm willing to get in on that. I would say the training is more important than the rest of this. Did you pick a fight with the fearsome foe that is the goat? You are a braver soul than I am. Considering, as you just witnessed, that goat murdered that person, downed another one, and then ran off. The other one's probably already downed. But we're going to pretend it was just... did the flyby on it. The goat is the goat. $90. Stop glitching out, please. Are you way over here that's crawling around? Hungry bandit, that's fine. All right. They might end up dropping a bunch of the armor and all that because it'd be one of those things I could take the armor and then sell it to them buy the construction materials, thus, you know, taking back all the money I just made. Yeah, so they're able to handle individually. They're able to handle the dust bandits fine, like one-on-one. Because they're both getting through just like minor injuries that kind of deal with. That's fine. And because we're here, Beep says the fight is not over. None may be permitted to stand or crawl. Like we're not gonna hold it against that you can't stand. We will consider you standing for purposes of beating the crap out of you. Alright. So, Beep is going to grab the building materials. Alright, so Beep has 5 of those. You can grab all the iron plates you can. Alright, so let's see here. You can fit 1 iron plate? Is that right? Was iron plate 3x4 or 3x3? I don't remember. No. We can make that work, though. There we go. We can make another iron plate happen here. Okay, that's not going to improve there. Actually, no, it's not going to improve. Okay, that's fine, because even if I move all the med kits over there, we won't be able to fit another thing in there. Cool. So we are loaded up with a bunch of stuff to try and get that research bench online so that we can... Who's meeting who? So we got animal traders... Starving bandits. I'm really overburdened right now, so I don't want to deal with that if I don't have to. We already went in, mopped the floor with a bunch of them. Let's drop this off real fast. Any Kenshi 2 news? Not really. Kenshi 2 is one of those ones that you keep thinking, it's like, did they like, has it, you know, fallen through? Like, has it not happening? And then they'll, like, send out something to be like, yep, it's still happening. Here's some new stuff. But we don't have any, like, commitments to when it's going to be done or, like, how close to done it is. It does seem like they're making progress. To be fair, to my understanding, that's mostly true of how Kenshi 1 went as well. That you get, like, the little trickle of information until it finally came out. which I don't think is the worst approach to development. I do find hyping too early and too often ends up working against you. It builds up kind of an impossible to achieve expectation. That even if you delivered gold, people would wonder why it's not diamonds. So the thing kind of being radio silence, being like, hey, we're working on it, it's coming along, here's a little teaser, hey, we're working on it, it's coming along, here's a little teaser. I feel that does a really good job of kind of splitting the difference. You think they should have a public ticket board? So, like, you know, hey, working on pathing, hey, working on that. There's been a bunch of games that have put out what they're working on very publicly. That's there's definitely a bunch of games who have done better or worse than that. I think Coral Island did a really good job with their dev cycle and how they approached a lot of it. Now, granted, it is kind of a bummer that it got released 1.0 with a couple of features that people were really expecting 1.0 to not be part of it, i.e. like marrying the merfolk, that kind of thing. So there's certainly criticism to be had there. But they did a really, really good job of, you know, hey, this version is going to be released this quarter, and it's going to have these things, and then working through it. And even if they didn't manage to get all of it done, they would get like 90-something% of it done and being like, okay, we're going to make sure to get this done as part of the next quarter. And usually they hit their marks. That they didn't overcommit, which is very rare in this in the game dev industry. That a lot of them will say, we can do all the things. And then you get there and they can't actually do all the things. So, you know, that doesn't work out well for them. But it was used by their devs, and I mean, it showed features, stories, bugs. Oh yeah, no, I get it, where it's like literally their ticket system on the back end. That it was going, okay, like, you've got your list of like 40 features, and then you'll have like some bugs in there, and you'll see like, okay, this dev grabbed that one, or that, it, you know, maybe not that detailed, but like this one is actively being worked on, this one's on the back burner. As a person who would play the games, I would like that. As a dev, I don't really feel like I would want to share that much information, because it almost feels like no matter what I did, people would be upset that I'm working on the wrong thing, because, you know, what my priorities aren't theirs. Now, granted, you could sit there and be like, tough, like, we're working on what we think is important, and honestly, that's the correct decision. I've seen the Project Zomboid Discord. You can never do that. Oh yeah, no, it'd be one of those things that I feel like you'd leave it open to start with, and then over time you'd end up like really constraining it, because people being the way people be about things. People just being the way they are. That was oh, who was it? There was one game that their whole thing, they were doing an experiment that they were going to let the community decide all of their priorities. That literally they would have kind of their board of like all the different like feature requests and all that sort of stuff, and it'd be a straight up vote up down, I want you to work on this or don't work on that kind of thing. And I think they gave like a little bit of nuance that they were able to tweak things, but generally speaking, the community could kind of decide what the priorities were. And if I remember correctly, at first people lauded it as being like such a wonderful thing, you know, so refreshing that the devs would listen. And then it kind of fell to the wayside because the game basically died to was effectively development by committee. Because that's ultimately what that was having absolutely everyone have a say in the development, what gets priority. And in the long run, it ended up being really bad. Because there's definitely something to be said about having a holistic vision of the game, going, this is what our game is, this is what our game isn't. And make sure, as you develop your game, your decisions are in line with what you want it to be. versus, you know, everyone will have their own nuanced version of what they think your game should be, and those are going to be conflicting. And so it can be good to be like, no, we appreciate that you want this, and just like totally make a mod for that, but also that doesn't align with what the game is intended to be. Especially games that don't, like the games that are like, they do the one thing well while touching into a bunch of things in support for that. Those tend to be the ones that get to be the most victims of people wanting to take the game in 30 directions that make no sense for what the game's trying to shoot for. Whereas I'd actually argue that maybe Kenshi would be the counter-argument of a game that maybe it would be good to do that type of, you know, designed by committee, because Kenshi does try to do, like, a little bit of everything. And it's wonderful, but it's super janky. That it might actually benefit from having everyone get together and be like, the whole collective audience being like, fix your navigation. Pathing needs to not be what it is. I'd say you can vote to implement a number of quality of life feature, that's it. Yeah, no, it was, they were talking core features is what they were doing. And it was like their whole list. Like I said, from my understanding, when it first came out, it actually did relatively well. It's just things kind of went sideways from there. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I need tech level 3 to get the imprisonment. So I need 2 more books. Did I buy the books from both of them? If we did, it's fine. We can just run out to the place, grab more iron plates, and be right back. Yeah, no, I think that's fair as an approach. Talking about saying like, hey, here's the 3, you know, here's the 3 features on our short list. Vote which one you'd prefer to work on first. I think that's fair. Being like, yeah, we know we want these 3-4 features, you know, pick. But this one was like very much they would let you kind of pressure them in any way you wanted. Hey, Radamant, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I know we were playing some Pacific Drive, or you were playing some Pacific Drive earlier. I do hope that continued to go well. I very much have enjoyed Pacific Drive. I didn't get to play it too much so far, but I've enjoyed what I played of it.
Yeah.
Been playing a bit off stream.
Yup, that's indeed what I was up to when well equals.
Yeah, no, when I checked it out, I always do very much enjoy your approach, like when you're doing like the tutorial style, you know, intro to a game kind of thing. I think that's really good. That I wish there's more creators that were good at that type material. But yeah, I very much enjoy that. But yeah, for those who don't know, Radamant, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend. Was pairing some Paradise Drive earlier, which for those who haven't seen what that game is, I've been going with the idea that it is an extraction driver game. It's got like resources, like resource collecting. It's got crafting. It's not a survival game in the sense that you don't need to like find food and water and that kind of stuff. It takes a bit of homework to invest in to playing, which is a lot of contrarians don't bother with. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. But so you kind of go in, you collect your resources, you go and, you know, get everything together. The zone starts to destabilize, and it has kind of like your PUBG, like the shrinking circle. But you gotta like gun it to the big column of light, teleport out, you take your gains, and you know, you make your car better, you unlock things, you progress, and you do the story. I won't spoil the stuff. But we have, we did a stream of, like... What? Oh, the dog barked at us and we ran faster. That's fair. But yeah. No, and I 100% get that. Like, you have to do your research before you stream and then go, okay, let me try, and not necessarily have like a lesson plan, that's too formal, but going like, here's the beats I need to cover, here's ways I can cover them. If I run into XYZ, then, you know, I can have it in the moment. But yeah, no, it's a whole trick, because I did for a couple of Path of Exile League launches, I did what I referred to as Class of Exile. That we basically walked through and went from each and every, when I say game mechanic, it wasn't like what like all the stats mean and all that, because that's a bigger animal, but more like, hey, there's this guy, he's got animals around him, this is Einhar, okay, this is Pokemon, you know, go beat up the animal, hey look, now you have the animal, okay, here's how you put the animals together to get a prize. And you just kind of walked through the game system to system with that. Oh, here's how you link your gems and all that. We did that twice. That isn't the content I do on here super often. Now, when people ask me about stuff, I'll walk through it all. Which it's interesting that I haven't gone that way, considering I'm a former educator. Okay, so Starving Bandits we can handle. This is a fairly new run, but we definitely don't want to grab all of them in one go if we can help it. We're still learning to not be terrible at all that stuff. Let's see, of course some games are best blind like puzzle games. Oh yeah. Or, you know, games that like the surprise of the game is like the big thing. You know, your Undertales, your Doki Doki Literature Clubs, and those kind of things. Those are all ones you just want to be like, it's a cute little dating game. But also, maybe take all those warnings seriously. Take all those warnings seriously. Very seriously.
Hankering for education, are we?
Let's see, why is the crab run hard to get into late game? It's not that it was hard to get into late game. The problem we ran with the crab run we were doing in Kenshi mostly boiled down to the crabs eat an absolutely ridiculous amount of food. They eat... Okay, you sleep well.
Have a good night.
You too, I love you. Tim was wishing me a good night. But, so the problem is the crabs eat twice as much food as your other characters typically will eat. And then on top of that, there is a fundamental difficulty you run into with the way animals work in Kenshi. That animals, they have a dodge stat. They don't dodge. They 100% face to blade every single interaction. I don't actually care about beating up all the hungry bandits. They don't give me anything. Just a little bit of stats. But, so it is one of those things that it's just raw, the two butt heads as hard as they can, who's the last one standing, and then you patch up what's left of everyone. They do a lot of damage and they go fast, but it's they eat a whole lot. They also have a slower movement speed. I think their top speed is something like 13 miles per hour, whereas right now our characters can achieve 25 miles per hour, and we're not even particularly high trained. So you get the idea. But it was just kind of that thing, and that was using the Universal Wastelands expansion mod. So they start you down in the southeast corner of the map on that run. So you're right in this area, which this area of the map is generally the most dangerous part of the map. That's kind of your end game. It's not super clear. Like Leviathan Coast has some dangerous stuff in it. Bugmaster's down there, and he's pretty awful. I mean, that's southeast, but you know, you've got other areas that are awful throughout the map. But it was just one of those things that training up characters, because we had been leaning on the crabs, and when it was clear the crabs were kind of running into their limitations, and I just got tired of buying out every single bar I went to of all of their food just to feed them. I was like, all right, the crabs are now on base defense. And I was more honestly getting just kind of tired of the big sweeping overhaul mod kind of thing. Hey, Briltane, how's it going? It's good seeing you. But yeah, so that's the reason we actually left the crab run behind, was mostly the negatives of the crabs are pretty frustrating negatives. I had a good time with it, but it was definitely one of those things of going, okay, I don't want to keep the crabs around, so we're doing the crab armor thing, but our people, their character development got really badly stunted because the crabs were doing all the damage. So we would actually take hits, but our characters would never get to put hits in because the crabs hit so fast. But yeah, can I get a shout out for Brildain as well? Our fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely someone to check out. But so yeah, so we started a new run that we started with the Holy Sword run, which basically means we found a quote-unquote legendary sword, which it's an edge type one, which is a pretty good sword. Legendary feels like it's overselling it a little, but you know, maybe not that. Did we already get a? Yeah, there we go. So Brildain recently has been playing Skull and Bones according to Twitch, but Twitch does have a habit of getting that wrong. So, you know, take that for what you will. But, with all that said, definitely someone to check out. If they have been playing something else that Twitch has not caught up, you know, please correct us, which Skull and Bones is the pirate live service game. So from the people I know who played it, I heard relatively good things, but I will definitely say the broader response has not been the best. But I kind of personally find that quite often people are unfairly critical of games. I feel people have a habit of kind of dogpiling on a game that, like, okay, maybe the game's not the best, and then people act like it's the worst thing to have ever walked the face of the earth. Yeah, it's a good game. People just want it to be something else. Exactly, that's kind of what I had heard about it as well, is that it is a good game for, like, what it has decided to be, but a lot of people wanted it to be Assassin's Creed, was it Black Flag 2? And it's just not that. But yeah, I had a number of creators who I knew who played it, and generally they had positive things to say about it. But that at large, it seems the community has not been the kindest. Alright, so let's have you grab the last iron plate. But yeah, so we got a new run that we've been going on. So the catch is, I get that really awesome sword, but both the United Cities and the Holy Nation hate us. And we have a really high bounty in both locations. Let me grab those gears and just sell them. But do you just watch a game you haven't seen? If it's not for me, you move on? Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what you should do. That's actually one of the things that I think is great about being able to, like, tune into different streamers and what they're doing and whatnot. Is it's just kind of one of those things that, like, you can watch them play, and if you go, not feeling it, fair enough. Don't play it. That's, I haven't done it many times. I've only done it once or twice on this channel, where you'll have someone pop in and be like, this game's boring. It's like, okay, go watch something else. Like, people are having fun here. It's okay if you're not. Let's see, yeah, the devs weren't interested in making a cookie cutter of what they already got going. They wanted something else, but people don't like that. Yeah. Well, it can be tricky sometimes when people start setting themselves up with a false impression of what your game is, that it can be very hard to be like, no, just to be clear. Oh, wow, you saw me from way back there? You know what? Yeah, I've basically eaten most of my food. Yeah, we can go ahead and, because our characters are a bit on the overburdened side, actually, they're not actually that bad. Most realistically, we're going to lose this fight. We do have better stats than them, but our equipment is not great. And they have the all tried and true strategy of being lots of them. But that's okay, because this is how you skill up in Kenshi, is you let things beat the crap out of you. Because there is a stat called toughness. There's exactly one way to gain toughness, and that is to get punched in the face and fall down. Like, every single time you take a little bit of damage, you get a little bit of toughness. If you get knocked down, you get back up, you get a lot of toughness. So it is very genuinely, the only way to get better at being beaten the crap out of is to be beaten the crap out of. So kind of the ideal thing you want to aim for in your fights in Kenshi is you want those fights, you win by just a little bit. We need the defense, especially on Rual. Exactly. And every time we block, we get a little bit of weapon defense skill. So if we block, we gain skill. If we fail to block, we gain skill. If we move slightly out of the way, we gain skill. Let's see, brilliant. You did have a super important question, though, that you might know the answer. Do you know how to access the RimWorld test build? Yes. If you go to RimWorld and you right-click on it and you choose Properties, there'll be a Betas section, One of them should be called Unstable. You might, I don't remember if you need, there is a code to unlock builds Unstable. I don't think you need it, but you might. But yeah, you just need to find the one called Unstable, and that's 1.5. Let's see, well, in real life, if I had gotten punched in the face and I wasn't knocked down and I also didn't throw hands, I mean, in real life, it is not in your best interest to get rendered unconscious on any amount, let alone a lot. Generally speaking, getting knocked unconscious is really bad for you. It is not conducive of living a long, happy life. Like, not that getting knocked unconscious once is going to, like, be the end of you or anything. It's generally not good. Now, unfortunately, Rual got his leg pretty badly messed up, so he's going to limp along. So we're going to move a little bit slowly for a moment. The good news is it wasn't by much, so it should recover pretty quick. That is the big negative if you play as Hivers, which is the race they're playing as, the bug people, is they're very fragile. Their limbs especially. Their limbs do quite often just pop off in a fight. And then you get better mechanical limbs, and you grow more powerful. One cybernetic limb at a time. Just need some time in bed? Yeah. You're a bug person? Yep, we are bug peoples. We are the Hivers. The intro we chose is where we get like a very special like good sword. It's not like a top of the line sword, but it's relatively good. But we're super wanted. But we're also kind of playing up the story of one of the other starts is called the Hiver Exile, which the idea is the hives are kind of like anthills and that there's a queen that all the ants kind of support and whatever. And we got exiled, which is, you know, a death sentence normally. But, you know, our character goes off and living in the world. We have decided, like, normally I just kind of like take on different groups. We're gonna go probably systematically take out bandits and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, just kind of go with that. You know, us against the world. Hey, we got a broader, somewhat faster limb going on. Look at us go. She got knocked out 22. Oh, yeah, it is one of those things that bothers me how much in, like... It's usually for plot points, and they're like, alright, we need this one character to be incapacitated for plot reasons. And so to have them get, like, knocked in the head and knocked unconscious, it's like, don't do that. It's like, it's not that, like, again, it's not like getting knocked out is the end of the world, but getting concussed is really not a good thing. You definitely don't want a regular habit of getting concussed. It can certainly have long-term effects on your health. Oh yeah, actually capturing them is not going to be that hard. We're just going to be sneaky, give them a knock in the back of the head. Doing that thing that I said is like kind of a meme and how it's put as such a little thing in so many different shows and all that, but also kind of a big thing. Yeah, brain injury is not a good time. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? Oh, and also, if you've never played Kenshi, it is an incredibly janky game. It's an incredibly good game, but thar be demons. It's one of those games you love despite the jank. You lost your stream streak, though? No! You'll just have to start working on building it back up again. I just got a bit busy over there. Life do that. Because I do know you were, last time we talked, you know, there was discussion about potentially significant life-changing events on your end. Positive ones. I mean, there's also, for those who haven't checked out Longclaw, that's another creator I strongly recommend. I can't shout them out on Twitch, unfortunately. They're based out of South Korea, so for those who don't know, Twitch has shut down in South Korea because the ISPs in South Korea are pretty awful. So Twitch is like, we literally can't make money here, so we're pulling out. So they've moved over to YouTube. So definitely someone to check out on YouTube. They have been playing a lot of Medieval Dynasty last I looked. I'm pretty sure I saw you playing that the other day. So definitely a creator worth checking out. Played a lot of Project Zomboid as well in the past. Definitely good times. So definitely worth checking out and all that stuff. But yeah, unfortunately for the time being, they are not on Twitch. Hopefully something changes, like the rules in South Korea's ISPs get less incredibly hostile. Or, you know, streaming platforms find other ways to manage there. Because it's not only Twitch that's left South Korea. There's been a bunch of them that have left or heavily restricted what they're doing there because of the ISP rules over there. Alright, so we got some pretty decent fighting in. Gained ourselves a little bit of stats. Got a bunch of iron plates. But the big changes indeed. Your move to the US looks very likely. You're currently on the job hunt and getting some certifications to help in that endeavor. Lots of new stuff to figure out. Nice! Move to Florida? I will personally say, I mean, obviously, move where it makes sense for you. What did we grab? Oh, did I just grab a bunch of stuff for selling? Oh no, I was gonna need to upgrade the bench. And so I grabbed the iron in preparation for needing it for upgrading the bench. Right. So I can go over here, have Beep grab this. You say that, Darshar or Halongwa saying, breaking news, German moves to Florida, gets nommed on Gator. You laugh about that. I've mentioned, so I have close family friends who came from like exchange programs and all that between the US and Germany for school and all that. And we actually had the discussion about, like, nowadays they're just full-blown adults and all that, like the 40s and 50s and all that. So the one came over to hang out and visit for like bike week and everything. And we're driving from the eastern side of the state to the western side of the state, which cuts to the middle. And he sits there and he stops by, there's like this police substation thing. He's like, hey, am I allowed to like just camp over there? Like there's this big field over there. Am I allowed to like just set up a camp? I don't know what the rules are here in the US. And the police officer laughed at him. He goes, that's a swamp. There's no ground there. It's water. We have a holding cell that no one's in here. You're welcome to use it to like bunk for the night. It's fine. Because it is a very big thing that when you look at a lot of the swamps in Florida, it's not like what you see on television a lot of times. You see like the looming dark black trees overhanging and raining and all musty. It'll look like just what looks like a field, and then you walk on it and it just, your feet start squishing and you're like, oh, that's water. But it was just one of those things you think about. You're like, oh yeah, can we be there? It's just like, yeah, you don't want to go in there. That's where the gators are. That's where the alligators are. You don't want to walk into that. That's a bad time. All right, so we want to go ahead and get our Tech 3 going. I believe both of you can research on this bench. No, I'm wrong. That's fine. Because we're trying to get imprisonment. Because if we get imprisonment, that opens up opportunities for us to begin recruitment processes. Alright, so we can deal with that. I won't need these. We'll keep the plates. I think I have enough plates that I won't need to buy more. I'll grab food for you and Rual. So you can go ahead and pass over the snacks. But yeah, no, it's just for the individual in question, it was very them behavior. That they would go to some random wetland and be like, yeah, can I camp over there? I'm happy. I mean, granted, I guess the alternative was they would have walked over there, started like wading out in the water and gone, wait, never mind. You didn't know that Florida has swamps or like that? I guess it's more of a bog situation, standing water. Yeah, it's you mostly like you'll see the water in like the big open spaces where the grass stuff isn't. But yeah, most Florida swamps until you get like way up north towards the Panhandle are that kind of swamps where it looks like a field with like pockets of water and trees in there, but the field doesn't have it doesn't have a very dry bottom to it. You'll have like little like sand, like not sandbanks, like land banks of like a bunch of stuff growing on it. But otherwise, it just looks like a big field, like a big, almost like wheat field or whatever. But it's just muck. Yeah, and then there is there's a snake called Cottonmouth or Water Moccasin is the two names it's known as. They're bad news. Like I'm definitely someone who's like, yeah, snakes, they're awesome. And then you see that particular type of snake, you're like, no, you stay away from that snake. That snake is a bad time. They're very aggressive and very territorial. The rule of thumb, if you're ever, I shouldn't use that, a very good safety rule in the state of Florida is if it's water that you cannot see through, unless like they've got a whole bunch of things that they've made it safe for swimming, just assume it's bad news. Because there are a lot of dangerous critters that chill in that kind of water. The ocean is the only safe place? Yeah, the ocean's very safe. That's true. The ocean is very safe, but like any freshwater, brackish water that you cannot see the bottom of should be approached with caution. Alright, so let's get this tech level 3 done. I personally, for the weather, like, anything else aside, the weather alone is a big enough reason for me, like, do I recommend Florida? No. We got two types of weather, hot and muggy. If you've ever wanted 70+% humidity at, like, mid to upper 90s degree Fahrenheit for, like, 6+ months out of the year, and they get, like, 3 months of very lovely weather. That's very wonderful, and well, actually, not even. It's, like, 2-ish months of, like, very lovely and very genuinely nice weather. The winter is lovely. The rest of the year, it's just hot. It is just endless hot and humidity. Alright. There are some neat places here, but living here is just rough. Sounds like when you lived in South China, 5-minute walk to cafeteria, you're absolutely sway. Oh man, it's like during like the proper humid middle of like the summer, you step outside, you're in a tank top, you're in like shorts, and you step outside. You don't go anywhere. You just step outside, like pick up a small tiny light package, and you already have like the beads of sweat on your forehead. It's just so fast. It's like the moment, like if you cool yourself from the AC, that's like the moment that coolness like gets out of your clothes from stepping outside, you're instantly there. And then the sun can also be pretty rough. A lot of things that also people don't realize is when it rains here, it pours buckets. We have family that comes out of like the desert in California, like the valley in the middle where all the crops come from. And they get like a couple of inches of rain in an entire year is like pretty typical. And it causes some of them to get like borderline panic attacks with how just absurdly torrential the water is. Like they're like, like crouching away from the windows, just really scared. It's like, no, it's fine. Yes, I understand. This is not something you're used to. It's okay. We're set up for this. All right, so imprisonment is 1 book. Excellent. You be careful around man-made ponds. Property snakes love them. Oh yeah, no, we have a green belt in our area, which all green belt is it's like a nature preserve along the property. It's totally man-made and all that. We get all sorts of issues with complaints and all that. Oh, we need to upgrade the bench. That's right. That's fine. We will go here and say upgrade. And they should already have a ridiculous number of iron plates between them, which is the reason we did that. So then we'll have imprisonment. We'll just need to have 5 more iron plates. Let's make our building not public. I don't know why I accidentally set this to public. Oh, I can't set it to private. Oh, I can do that here. There we go. That's fine. That's for the hub of the city, which isn't mine. but I can set my house to private. Because, you know, we're just gonna go ahead and keep some prisoners in here. Don't worry about it. It's ethical if you don't overthink it, or think about it at all, or have any approach to ethics. But yeah, so it's just one of those things. You gotta be careful. Sounds like North Queensland. It'll have hardcore rain every day. Yeah, I have no idea, but yeah, no, it's it's not as dependable as it used to be, which sounds weird. It used to be you could practically set your watch to the storms. Like you would sit there and it'd have like the torrential downpour and go, "Up, it's 2 o'clock." You know, you would set your watch and be off by like 30 minutes, but you could it was that consistent through the summer. It's like every single day, just about 2 to 3 p.m. You'd have a torrential downpour for about an hour, hour and a half, and then it would just clear up. Just enough to make it absolutely a sweltering, sweaty mess. And it was almost every day. Like, with the day you didn't have, like, the torrential downpours, the day, like, everyone would rush to the beach so they could enjoy the beach or whatever it was. The weather's been weird here the last couple years. It's been very inconsistent. But yeah, no, it's, no, it is funny, like, Florida's perspective on hurricanes. If it's a Category 1 or 2 hurricane or tropical storm, like, people normally won't be outside being dumb in it. You'll have some people who do, but, like, most people, like, they'll stay indoors for it, you know, stay safe. But they don't really do anything beyond, like, okay, do I have my basic hurricane supply sorted? Yep, okay, good enough, we're good. Which is just, like, water, first aid kit, that kind of thing. So we got imprisonment. So that'll be what we need for that. We'll go ahead and I can choose beds, so I can put beds here for us to heal up in. And we don't have enough for the walls? Okay, it's 2. I mean, we don't really care about the rest of this right now. We'll go ahead and do the iron plates on the list, because I'll need that. Oh, these are the ones that are free. Yeah, so grab the free ones to be researched. We'll need stuff for that. Basically, I'm just trying to grab corpse disposal. I don't care about right now. Item storage. Those are also free. I just keep grabbing the free ones. Really not much for just one. It's fine. Oh, we're out of books. Okay, that's fine. We're not going to worry about that, though. Actually, that's not true. We're going to worry about that because I need the imprisonment. Let's see, you know, if you don't have an emergency phase first aid? Oh, that's a good one to have. But yeah, so you have people like Category 1, 2, and tropical storms. They'll just take like a peek and be like, okay, I got my first aid kit, got my flashlights, got my batteries, you know, got my water, got some non-perishables. Cool. You know, and that kind of stuff. And that's around Category 3 hurricane. That's like, you don't have people panicking. It's kind of like the hair stands up on end. You're like, oh, this is one I gotta pay attention to. And that's usually when you'll first start seeing people like do any kind of prep where they're like, all right, like, you know, I gotta, you know, not that I'm boarding up my windows kind of thing, but it's like, all right, you know, are the trees trimmed back? Like that kind of thing. And they'll do like the prep there. Some people will leave for the Category 3, especially like if you're storm surge, totally different thing. Like right on the beach, totally different animal, you leave. But then it's like Category 4 and 5, you're like, nope, bye. If I can leave, I'm outie. Or, you know, I'm going to a more secure place. And that's because our houses are here built rated for Category 3 hurricanes. But yeah, most people around here are 4 to 5 rolls in. If they have the ability, they will either go to the place the hurricane's not hitting, or they will go to whatever, like, usually when that happens, you'll have, like, the schools or hardened structures will be like, okay, you know, we'll take people in for it. A lot of people won't ride them out at home. Some people have houses that are built up for it. But generally speaking, that's more the exception than the rule. I should be fast forwarding to get imprisonment knocked out, because then it'll be recruitment time. But yeah, that's been true for me, because I've actually been, I don't remember what the count is, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 hurricanes I've been in the eye of the storm. One of them was a Category 5 that it was in the eye of the hurricane, which we did emergency roof repair during, which was us taking a tarp and some like 1x2s and just drilling them or just screwing them directly into the roof because the roof had gotten compromised. Which category 5? That would have been Hurricane Charlie. I believe that was... I know it was on the fence of category 4 and 5 right when it hit. But I was in the eye right on the coast. Like, it wasn't on the coast, like on the beach, but within, like, a mile of the shore. Kind of thing. I don't mind sharing that thing because I don't live there anymore. I am very in the center of the state now. So, when we have a hurricane rolling through, people are like, oh my god, I hope you'll be okay. It's like, no, don't worry. But, like, if we have a flooding problem where I am, Florida's a loss. It's gone. The whole thing. I am the high ground. But, yeah, that's usually your big worry. Like, the wind is damaging, but usually it's the flooding that is the big danger there. You wish your school you work at was still up and running, but you do have a good Jenny. Oh, through a hurricane. Ah, gotcha. I was like, what? Okay. So, we finished researching that. Now is when we start getting to definitely not doing anything of moral questionability. Don't worry about it. We happen to have exactly the right number of iron plates. So it is time to start building up our forces so that we can actually take on some more meaningful targets. You can actually play this game entirely solo, and it can work perfectly fine, even as like a hiver. There's definitely a lot of constraints you run into with it. The biggest one of those kind of issues you run into with doing a fully solo run is if you ever take a bleeding hit that knocks you down, that's usually the end of the run. Get that head out of the gutter? I didn't think I was doing anything in the gutter. No, it's just, it sounded like your school shut down. I was like, what? Don't you still work there? I don't understand. Alright, so, the place we're gonna go to recruit people is, in our headcanon for our character, we got banished, or exiled rather, from the western tribes, like the western hive over here. So we have discovered, you know, our freedom from the influence of the Queen, and we believe everyone should understand this freedom. So we are going to go ahead and recruit, we're going to probably try and snag 2 workers, because I am going to go out of my way to just grab the workers, not the soldiers. And the only reason I'm doing that is because the soldiers start with quite a bit of stats. And while that would certainly be a way of shortcutting the game, just grab someone with like 50-50 stats, and then just have them like MVP the entire group. You know, I don't want to quite cheese it that hard. Which, no judgment for anyone who does play it. That's one of the beauties of Kenshi, is you can play this game literally as different genres of game. Like, you can play the RimWorld like, I'm just going to base build, and we get attacked again and again and again, until we get to the point we can just weather them. You can play this game where you never once build anything, and just go out and adventure and explore. You can be mercenaries who collect bounties. You can, you know, decide you're going to treat it like kind of a 4X strategy game where you're going to do conquest on your enemies and all that, and take over the world. More destroy the world than take it over, but you get the idea. You have opportunities. Alright, so sneak should be decent. We haven't been doing a lot of sneaking or assassination, which in this game is knocking people out, not killing them. You're sleepy? Alright, sleep well. Yeah, so here's Beep. We're close to the hive here. I hate nothing more than visiting the hives. Because Beep was also exiled from the hive. Because Beep says beep a lot, and they didn't like it. And Beep is like the beloved character of Kenshi.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 27 months. Morning.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for the tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. Been subbed to the channel for 27 months. I really do appreciate that. And also,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Neurot 1K0.
also gifting out 5 subs. So let's see, is it Neurotic 0? Psycho,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Seko Asmadi.
yeah, Psycho Asmadi, Voller, Save a Lot 2, and let's see, Maxid Room.
Thank you, Randall, for
What am I missing?
1812 for gifting a sub to Voller_X.
That might be Maxed Room. You now have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. He wasn't even watching you, crazy man. Appreciate the gifted, way too generous, my friend. Yeah, no, it,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Save-A-Lot 2.
So thank you so much for those gifty subs. Yeah, it is a thing that generally speaking, Twitch tends to prioritize people who are either tuned into your channel or tuned in recently.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Max Headroom.
Then it'll also, after that, it'll consider people who, and it's not after that, it's a weighting system. There's still like randomness to it. It'll consider people who have previously watched the channel, and after that, it'll consider people who. Well, that doesn't look entirely promising. So those are all soldiers. We're not looking for soldiers. I'm gonna stay out of that one. But the good news is that means their soldiers are busy. Hey, buddy pal, let me help you out there with that busted limb, okay? I will help. Oh, I have to knock them out first. Look. That doesn't surprise me. So much wins. But yeah, I know it's a whole thing where they have a weighting system behind it. So what we're going to try and do is this poor person got roughed up in the fight. Hey, could you not watch me do this? Look. So it's going to take a little trial and error to do this. Why is Rual running slow? Look. Alright, so he's already lost interest. They're trying to do this at night because as long as we're at night... Man, more beak things? How badly did you all get thrashed that the beak things are still wandering around? And literally eating the people in the middle of town. I feel like you have bigger issues to be dealing with right now than what I may or may not do in your town. Are you hostile to me? Is that what's happening? Look, I don't want to fight you because you'll raise the alarm and then I'm fighting everyone. But honestly, with all the beak things around and how every last one of you is limping, that might be something I'm willing to consider. What is your stats? Oh god, no, your stats are like 50-40. Hey. Sorry, I was going to stealthily knock you out and then move on with this. We're going to take the other approach of beating the crap out of you and then picking you up when you're unconscious. Oh, you actually move fast. Hey, beak thing. You want some nummy nums? Oh, actually, this might work out well. Hey, beep. Go kidnap that person. Okay, Beep has acquired their target. Soldier. No, we're not doing anything wrong. We're rescuing them. You gotta understand. Oh, perfect. There's another one. All right. Did you actually miss Rual running past you? Or walking past you slowly? Don't tell me you actually got your movement speed up just right now. Alright, so we got our 2 workers. We're just trying to get out of here now. Don't. Leave me alone. That's right, you fight them. No, beak things. There's a million delicious bugs. Eat the delicious bugs, please. Alright, so Rual took a hit to his leg. We're going to try and get out of here before those beak things finish with what they're doing. But we've got our 2 captives. Beep's going to go heal themselves up and then come back for Rual. Rual's just doing his best to get out of here. But that didn't go too terribly. I was not expecting that place to be absolutely just wrecked by beak things. So I checked my notes, and according to my notes, we definitely did not kidnap people with the intent of persuading them to join our cause. We definitely rescued them from certain death. That is the way we are writing it in our book. And if anyone questions that, that's fine. They can look at our notes. That we found them. They were literally being eaten alive, and we brought them to safety. That is the official record we're going for. See, literally both of these 2, they were comatose around beak things. Already dead. Just ignore that kidnapped message. It's fine. Meanwhile, with that, I owe for the bits from Radamant. We had the sub and then the 5 Gifty subs. I owe 7 Lego pieces. For those who don't know what I've got going on here, I'm going to make the incredibly sound decision of just letting the game run in the background. Every time I get a sub or 100 bits, I add a Lego piece to the kit, and we've been going on with that. There's the first piece. And then this whole thing goes on here. Okay, so I owe 6 more pieces. So what do we got here? We've got... Yep. Is that the right bar? Yes, it is. Got a little brown bar here somewhere. There you are. It's been like a little fun thing we've been doing on the channel. I do apologize if my voice is muffled at the moment. It's because I am behind the microphone, because the positioning of turning the microphone for this is not ideal. And I have not been able to find a way to not make it a cursed thing, or set up like a multi-microphone setup, which I really don't want to have to. But people have really enjoyed it, so we kept doing it. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. There's 1 gear, 2 gear. I paused the game because I heard someone get hurt. I haven't looked to see what's happening. We'll figure it out in a moment. Probably fine. Probably not fine. But we'll worry about that when we get there. I'm looking for a union. But I'm not seeing... There it is. Alright, is that all the pieces? Yep, okay, so that's right now. The 6 pieces going together for the moment, so we've got... This counts as 1, even though it's 2 pieces, just because I'm adding a piece to a new set. I've got 1, 2, 3. You go over here. 4 and 5. And then 6. Doesn't make it exactly clear how far that's supposed to be there, but we'll figure it out. So 6. Cool. That should be all the pieces for right now. So what the heck hit me when I was doing that? Hey, Lilo. Everyone popping in tonight. Can I get a shout out for Lilo? Lilo's another fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a lot of slice of lifestyle games, does like a lot in, for example, The Sims, has done Coral Island, among many other games. Definitely a good chill time over there. So what the heck hit... Oh, Dust Bandits. Look, Dust Bandits, this is actually inconvenient right now. Where's Beep at? Oh, Beep went to defend us. That was the wrong answer, Beep. I'm gonna be real with you. That was the incorrect decision. So Beep is not really that much faster. And Rawl's limping. So these people want to be jerks. We could sometimes like wiggle. It's not easy to do with 2 people. I'm going to try to have Beep just run for it because I'm not going to be able to micro the 2 of them without being totally obnoxious. Yeah, now with that leg injury, Rawl's going to have a hell of a time trying to dodge. So that sucks. Because even though we did capture this person, once they either knock me down or knock my arm down, we're probably going to drop him, and that'll be that. It looks like Beep might get away. Beep is technically slower than them, but just barely. They're pushing me such that they're glitching so they don't know to do the attack animation. That's not going to last, though. No problem. But yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, no, we're doing the whole thing where when I get a sub or bits, we do a leg piece. All right, next hit to the head. Sorry, next hit to the chest, we go down. There we go. Oh, come on, not a beak thing. All right, so you're going to get away with this. So they're recovery coma. We should not be recovery coma. But I need Rual to survive long enough to be able to get out of here. That beak thing is probably going to win that fight. So we definitely want to get out of here before the beak thing is free to hunt us. Would you... Where are the guards? Oh, I'm considered a criminal because I'm kidnapping. Alright, hold up a second. I could solve this problem real fast. Put them in the cage. And now you can just do what you need to do, Beep. Alright. You're attacking another enemy? Who are you chasing? Yeah, at least here, Beep can actually fight a little. Alright. Be quick about it. I just need you to stabilize those injuries real fast. Because hopefully as long as they're tied up with that, I could probably grab this person and then run to town. So weirdly, that beak thing may have been the hero of the story today. Which is rare, because usually the beak thing is what runs out of left field and then murders you. I wonder why it says I have 5,500... Oh! Wonder who I'm considered wanted by for the 5,500. Probably the Hive. Okay. Well, now this doesn't count as kidnapping, for some reason. Alright, Beep should be able to get back up. We can patch them up, take the weapon from the Hiver, so that they'll actually interact with us, and then see if we can't recruit them. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact that technically we were considered having kidnapped that person, so we were committing a crime at the time. So that's the reason why the guards didn't come to help us. Is because we're considered free game. Alright, meanwhile, I need to take your weapon. Thank you. And Obino discussing your newfound freedom and welcoming into our community until such time that you're conscious. We'll go ahead and just let you wander out here. Really? Come on, man. Hey, I'm not committing a crime now. Help me. Alright. And now it's considered a crime again. Okay, game. You even have your food still. Alright, you should get up on your own in just a second. Just chill here for a moment. Rual should get back up on their own. And then we'll have our first 2 recruits. And I think our goal is going to be to try and get like 7 to 9 for like the main force that we're gonna train up, and then we'll probably just grab a couple to start working as like our base building kind of people, and have them base out of here for right now. So at the moment, we only have the 1 cage, but don't worry about it. We will we'll help that out. Let's have Rual run over here. I don't have money, so I don't know what I'm doing. Rual will not worry about that. We'll cancel that entirely, because I don't have the money for the plates or the plates themselves. In the meantime, I guess just start researching while we wait for this person to wake up, which should be any second now. And then we'll get our first worker drone moved in here. It'll be great. Alright, so let's go ahead and quick save. You stop doing that. Talk to them. Oh, we can't talk to them yet. We have to wait a little while, and then we'll get the option to talk to them. So when it comes to recruiting, this is actually a mod that they'll have different chances and dialogue that you can go through and all that. Some of them you can practically guarantee yourself an easy success. Some of them you can't. I think the hivers are relatively easy to go. That you basically just be like, hey, you're away from your hive, haha. Like, and they're like, oh no, please let me back. And then it's like, oh wait, never mind, I'll help you. We can make a new hive. That kind of thing. Alright, so getting our research done. Just gonna close the door. Don't worry about it. It's curious that you're not willing to talk. We are fast forwarding a lot because Rual's actually pretty terrible at research. Let's see, this one check is wanting to fight me 1-on-1 for honor, but then some rando runs past and joins in the fight like some honorless Storge. Jeez. You did leave the mod installed, right? I'm like 99% sure. We can find out real fast, though. Because unfortunately, I don't believe there's a place here, actually. Yeah, recruit prisoners. It's there. So the problem is, Beep is currently carrying someone and can't... Let's double check. I did take your weapon away? Yeah, because that's one thing that'll prevent them from doing that, is if they have a weapon, a lot of times they won't talk to you, or if they talk to you, it'll be just like, you know, I'm not... They'll give it generic, like, I'm not going to do anything. Alright, so you've got that. I've got $400 to my name. There's a little food for Beep. To be fair, Rual still needs to heal more. That is an interesting one. Because I know I've recruited hivers with this mod before, especially the soldiers, but yeah. So what I'll need to do is I need to get a little bit more money. So I can put a second cage there. Because right now, so Beep is going to stop following Rual for right now. Because right now, Beep is... Actually, it no longer has you labeled as kidnapping. So I need to get a little bit more money. And you also need to sleep. So let's actually have Rual go ahead and sleep to start recovering their injuries. Because it is a thing that sometimes the prisoners just need to wait a little while. So have Rual recover their injuries a little bit. Then they'll take over for a little while. That's not what I meant to do. Beep can research in the meantime. So I'm gonna Rual run down here. See if we can't score a little bit of money. So we're attacking both the Hungry Bandits and the Dust Bandits that are down here. Have Rual skill up just a little bit. And none of that'll be worth very much. When you're hungry, you take what you can get. Oh, cool. Free food. Thanks, man. Alright. Yeah, so the mod is installed and running. I think there can be a bug with the mod that sometimes you have to, like, reload it. Or, like, reload the game. Not the whole game, just the save. They probably got the food from you. It's possible. Cool. There's 2 iron plate towards making a second cage. Yeah, because while they're in the cage, they'll get hungrier, so it is a thing that eventually they will, you know, they will talk as the situation deteriorates and all that. Let's have you run to the rebel base, see if we can get 3 more plate, because the big thing is right now we're kind of trapped there, as long as Beep is carrying around their person. Versus otherwise what I can do. Oh, I bet you it takes them longer before they're willing to be recruited because the hivers have such a lesser rate of hunger. So I bet you I have to wait till they get a bit hungrier before they'll start, you know, wanting to work with it and all that. And at the moment, that's going to take a little bit. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. That's perfect. So run back in there. That means we'll have the second cage for Beep's prisoner. And we can go ahead and recruit them. And get them brought into the fold. And then as we get more people, we will be able to sit there and just engage larger groups. Knowing that a bunch of my people get knocked down right away because they won't have any training, but that's fine. You got Beep researching in the meantime. And if before we leave they don't want to talk, we'll leave them in here. Go grab another batch, I guess. So we're ready to just scale up the recruitment. Alright, so Beep could stop researching. You can go back to following Rual. Oh, here. Follow Rual. And quick save. Worker drone. Must go back to Hive. I'll let you go if you work for us. I don't understand. Hive work for Hive. I'm not lost. Oh, but you will be. We'll give it just a little bit here to try one more time. Because that one's already willing to speak, so it's not hunger. Yeah, because there's only like 1 or 2 more researches left before we're done with the research we've got available to us. We can't get them bringing in. Let's see, is recruiting prisoners the base game mechanic? Part of the mod. Part of the mod. There's other ways you can recruit people that you can get cheeky in the game where you can take people, let them be taken slave, and then free them from slavery, and then they might join you. There's a predisposition for people's opinions, though, that once... If a person doesn't want to join you, like they go to cower in their cage when they become a slave, then they'll never join you. There's like just not a way to get them to join you that way. But you can recruit people in a bunch of far more elaborate ways to do that. Not everyone can be recruited, though. Otherwise, you can just go to the different towns, you pay like 3,000 cats or whatever to potentially just have them join up kind of thing. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to do a quick save. I'm going to cancel doing the research. And if neither of you want to talk, I'll see you all in a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and have a nice little run back to your home for no particular reason. Bunch of corpses in the middle of the road. And see if we can't go ahead and acquire a couple new friends. Because the goal here is to try and get ourselves the people we want nice and early on, so we can start training them all as one group. Later on, when it comes to doing the base building, I don't mind if we grab some of those people later. Because, like, one of those we can have a worker working on stuff for a while, and then circle back for more. Alright, so we got the beak thing still rampaging throughout town. Which, again, does sort of work out for me. Because I can just go to the people they've knocked unconscious. Or we can go sneak. Who? Oh, some starving bandits, fine. I didn't realize I was being chased by you, but okay. Alright. There's a lot of fighting happening over there. Where are you going in such a hurry? You are shopping. Oh, you were shopping. I guess you've concluded your shopping. Okay. Yep, so the, Alright. So I tried to knock him out, but we were unsuccessful. Look, we're trying to rescue you from the army of beak things that are currently... The beak things are handily winning. Your town is lost. It is time for you to accept your losses. Look, the beak things are here right now. Why are you attacking me? Alright. Okay, so it is chasing Beep. So with that in mind, you will kidnap them. Beep will dodge. And Rual will run. So I see what's happening. When they run inside, The beak things can't quite hit them. Stop trying to fight. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that you're medicing up the person I'm kidnapping. It really saves me doing that myself. You understand, I'm rescuing you from the onslaught of beak things that is currently overrunning your entire city. Beep, I need you to not delimb this person right now. I would like you just to knock them unconscious. Thanks, one random hive person. I don't know why this person's healing us and not attacking us. It's a soldier. If this person goes to fight us, it's gonna absolutely whoop our butt. And we're 100% flagged as kidnapping right now. But hey, I'll take advantage of the AI being the way it is. The big concern is, how do I get out of here now? Because the beak things have absolutely got this place locked down. Where are you medicing now, by the way? Alright, so we got the two beak things over there. Got a bunch across the way. Nope, nope, nope. This is not the way. Get back inside. Well, this is a problem. So the issue is, they're way tougher than I am. I would really like you. They're all like, there's so many. It's also a jerk thing that I go out there and they stop even fighting against the soldier. And they're just like, okay, that's fine. Well. Worker drone, we don't need to fight. There are bigger beak thing shaped problems to deal with in our life. I am literally trying to save your people. Through kidnapping. Against their will. Not that kidnapping is ever really done with the person's will and consideration. That's it. I'm even going to bandage you up when I'm down because I'll probably recruit you later and I need you to not be dead for that. I mean, honestly, I might as well take things while we're in here. That's right, defeat the beak things. Or not. I really needed you to win that fight. There. One beak thing dead. Alright, this might be our time to make a break for it before this whole place comes undone. Okay. What does it even say about that hive? I mean, it still says there's 65 people alive there. I have a feeling that that count of people alive in that hive has massively been reduced. But that is not a me problem. So the next question is, will my other captives still be back home when we get there? Because we did just kind of ditch them in the cages. And they can, if they're motivated, pick the locks to let themselves out. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. But also because I've kind of let them stew for a while, they'll probably be more likely to talk. Alright. And we're registered as having committed a crime here because we are kidnapping. Oh, excellent. They're still here. Alright. So, let's talk. Why do you lock me up? I never hurt you. I'm just a worker. Hiver, want to work? Work for us. We'll treat you well. That'll be a no, apparently. Look, man. It's nothing personal. It's just a little kidnapping. Alright, so run over here. We'll sell the leather and all that. Usually I haven't had them fight back so far as, like, whatever. I don't know, like, the soldiers I got all but, like, one on my very first go of it, where it's just like, you joined us now, and they're like, okay, that's fine. I've definitely had other ones that gave me a lot more resistance. I'm pretty sure we will eat that. Yeah. So we will just straight up eat the meat. We don't even need to do anything special for it. We'll grab some of those books. Why not? If we keep one of these back as like my work team or whatever, that'll help as well. So makeshift walls will be the next one to add on to the queue. Maybe it's because we're seen as actively committing a crime again and again. Close the door. Because every time a guard sees us with these guys chucked over our soldier, it's refreshing or committing a crime. Alright, we'll give them a minute. Because once you fail an attempt, you have to wait like a little bit before you can start again. I think the first recruit we're going to leave here to babysit and just work on recruiting more people. And then we'll go after like the next batch or whatever. Must get back to Hive. If you want to work, there's plenty to do here. Nope. Still no luck. We'll get them. It's an RNG thing. Meanwhile, bear with me for just a moment. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'll put up my away screen, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Must work. Must work. If you want work, there's plenty to do here. Work for you? I work for Hive. I work for the Queen. Eventually they'll cave. It's fine. Oh, here you go, Beep. Have some strange colored meat. It's fine. Yeah, because this is, the foul raw meat is edible by Hive worker drone, South Hive. Oh, is it only... Oh, no, it's regular worker drones. So we can actually eat just raw meat as this group. Alright, so we're fighting a little bit to try and get this first recruit popping in here. That is alright. It'll take us a couple goes of it. Eventually we'll get them to win over. Then we take the next person, we chuck him in the cage. Why do you lock me up? I never hurt you. I'm just a worker. If you want work, there's plenty to do here. Good, good. I get a new name too? I like Ray. Is good name. We let chat choose a name, so... Great, you can work, and we'll teach you to fight too. Okay. Sadly, while I do appreciate, they're like, I like the name Ray. Unfortunately, chat gets to name them. So the first of our little worker bees here is going to be She-Wolf. So there we go. Wonderful Hive. See, you understand. Welcome. Welcome to the group. Next one into the box. Alright. So, we'll go ahead and have Rual stop operating the machine, and She-Wolf will start operating the machine. Oh yeah, I want medical and rescue. Alright, Beef still has one. Okay, that's fine. So She-Wolf will stay with the A-team. Next one will probably be... Who's going to be here? Whatever. Why are you... Oh, right. You're still injured from where you're mercilessly assaulted by the beak things in your home. Luckily, I was there to save the day. Definitely luckily I was there to save the day. That without my intervention, you would be dead right now. That is certainly how that played out. So just throw a bunch of meat over to She-Wolf real fast. Come on. Because then people will be able to drop off one in the cages. We can leave one person behind here to just dialogue them from time to time. And build up our numbers. Like I said, the plan is for the main team to be like somewhere in the ballpark of like 7, 8, 9 people. And then the base team will grow to whatever the base team needs to be. And we can handle that all. But I do want to get to the point where we can do craft Hiver armor. That is going to require us to, you know, potentially pick a fight in Hiver territory to get it, because being exiled Hivers, we physically cannot trade with the Hivers at the there we go, talk to. Do you need work? I work. I'll let you go if you work for us. Why do I work for you? You said I feel misled. I feel betrayed in this moment. We can go here to the squad AI, military formation, so that way they kind of go to either side of us. They're like, I'll work for you. It's like, work for us. No. Come on. Oh, you're also gonna need medical, aren't you, She-Wolf? So let's toss some medical over the fence to you. Beep will also toss you one to split the stuff out a little bit more. We'll also need to get you a weapon. For the moment, I'll probably give you my ninja blade. That should do. And I'll get you something better later on. Alright. Because we need to figure out who's next and who's gonna, like, stay behind here. Because then what we could do is, like, each time I stop fighting to, like, patch up or anything, we can just hop over here, do the dialogue, whatever. Please, game. Because I'm pretty sure Beep will still be just... Yeah, Beep is still gonna get flagged for kidnapping if we run around outside. And we do actually have a lot of people wandering around here now that might intervene to try and help. Maybe, maybe not. We are fast-forwarding a lot, by the way. Yeah, you're good, you're good. Honestly, most of them are all healed up now. Alright. I guess in the meantime, while we wait... Well, no, you don't have a backpack. I forgot about that. I was gonna say I could send She-Wolf to, like, go mine copper or something while we wait so that they can get some strength and all that. Oh, come on. So I could have She-Wolf stay here. Yeah, we'll have She-Wolf deal with this right now. So let's slow down time. We'll put down. That's weird. Have you put down that person? And She-Wolf will take over for that for just a moment. Alright, so we're gonna have them stay here for just the moment because standing around, not working much, not the big win. We're gonna go for a couple more people. Because we do want to get that whole thing. So I'm trying to do a bunch of recruitment up front. But the big thing is once I can get my group of people, we can start equipping them, getting them sent about doing their stuff. And you can start getting someone like a person to grab some construction material and begin the effort on the base. But then we can take like the group of, like again, the 7-8 hivers or whatever, and then start skulking around, picking fights at the Dust Bandit as a large group. Collect all their armor, get more food, and skill up everyone, get some weapons, get some armor. Soldier, soldier. Definitely gonna steal stuff. Alright, so. Sneak. We can manage to knock them out. Where are you going? Then Beep could just scoop them up in 2 seconds. And just like that, we got them. I'm gonna pop in here and steal some stuff, and we'll be on our way. I'm mostly looking, when I say steal, so I'm not just gonna try and make like a ton of money. I really just want the blueprints for the Hyver armor. Nah, they're hanging out. Let's just leave. Okay. Because we'll need that. Alright, just like that, we got our next group. So we're going to pop over here to She-Wolf. I was going to say, do you want to talk? You want to talk? No. That's inconvenient. The good news, we're also gaining strength from running around with these. And this time, we didn't have to, like, really rough them up to get them here. Alright, come on. Yeah, so flagged as committing a crime when we walked outside again. That's okay. We don't have, like, hardly any guards in this town. It's one of the advantages it has. So we're going to grab the books we can afford. And run back over here to do a little research while we wait. Alright. So we're not going to get the higher tech level. We can get the basic first aid kit. We could get the training dummies. I need to buy more materials, so I'm not going to worry about that. We'll definitely need the armor smithing later. The cooking will be something we'll need later. I think for right now, we're just going to go ahead and say I will need... Can I get... Yeah, wind generation theory. Because we'll need power. Iron plates 2. And there's those 2. There's no point in me capturing more until we manage to deal with this. That's inconvenient. So sell their staves. Alright. Yeah, so we're training wind generation theory and one other. I mean, I could build another cage if we wanted to grab the money. Not really sure how I want to do this. It's taking way longer than I recall it to recruit them, as well as get the dialogue option to attempt to. So I want to get the people off Rual and Beep's shoulders. We're not going to go for more right away. This is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 right here. So we'll take 7 of them for ourselves, for the main force, and 1 will become the base keeper. I'll probably have them train up stealth and all that. The base keeper, I mean, so that they can acquire new talent on their own. Come on, man. Just training strength and fitness while we wait. This is not convenient. Let's see, been doing a solo run until you found Agnew. You couldn't get yourself to dismiss him. Yeah. Agnew is another one of the beloved ones in the game. Beep is definitely like the big one. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Don't make me like go mine or something while I wait to be allowed to interact with you. Alright, so what we'll do is don't really want to do this. Go banging that. Go banging that for a minute. Because I can't really have them running around everywhere right now. And they've got people with them.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Soul Adams.
More great emotes. Rual's tune.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for Tier 1 sub. It's sub to channel for 4 months, so it does mean a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel after all this time. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your new emotes as well as your advertising for viewing, so thank you so much for that. Pushing us almost up to 60 plus points, so making good time on that. Alright. One thing I can do that's probably not the greatest idea ever. Storage, we can go copper storage. Copper storage. You can tuck that in over there. That's 1 iron plate. Left, she will go by the iron plate. Because then when it's done, what'll end up happening is they'll run back and forth. And ultimately, whoever does the base building, like the base ops here, that's probably what they're going to do when I don't have something better for them to do. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because I don't intend on them being like permanent laborers kind of thing. Okay, this is not convenient. But I will plan to build 2 more cages as my... That'll get us freed up again. Because I build 2 more cages, even if they take forever for each of them to be willing to talk to me and all that, that's okay. We'll be able to have, like, one of the people stay here and just handle the just handle copper, do that to be productive while we do laps for that, while the others go out and fight Dud's bandits and run back and get taken care of. We'll buy the materials for sleeping bags or beds or whatever, and we'll get that going on. So pretty soon they should be on their way back up. Because if nothing else, if it's because we're being flagged as kidnapping, like committing a crime actively, once I get them to put the people into cages, that should stop that. Yeah, so Rual has a stack of 5 in their inventory. So they'll probably be on their way back up soon. There they are. But that could be a good way for them to train athletics and stealth. You know, whoever's at the home team. Did you put them back away? I think you did. All right. Now you can go here, go build, interior, prisoner cage. And Soul Adams on a 5 stream streak. Thank you so much for that. Alright, so still not able to talk to them yet. Alright. So we'll probably have to have She-Wolf run the next place over. I'm a little worried because they're considered committing a crime right now. That the guards might respond we're there. I'm going to try it anyways, and if we have to reload, we have to reload. I just want to get things moving forward again. So we'll see what happens if we go over here. Looks like there's a big fight going on. We're just going to completely ignore it. Can we be cool? Can we be cool? I don't actually want trouble here. Oh, it's the caravan is the one fighting me. I'm leaving you alone, man. Yeah, we'll probably reload because they're gonna get downed and then drop it. Yep. Yeah, so just reload that real fast. That's the reason I quick save. I figured it's probably gonna happen. I'm also wondering if the reload will reset the dialogue kind of thing, where maybe it's just not updating fast enough, whatever. Because usually that does make you wait nearly that long. Alright. It'll take just a moment to reload. It does take that time. It's fine. Alright. Must go back to Hive. Hiver, you want to work? Work for us. We'll treat you well. Okay. Can we work now? Okay, Hiver, let's get to work. Yay! That's all we need to do is do a reload. Q, draw, and that's not how that works. I used the wrong thing. Q, draw. And then we have the Arbiter. Okay. And you'll be the first, you'll be our one dealing with like the home front, so set you free. Put you in. Alright, so with that, so we're gonna go to our squad information. Troublemakers. And then new squad. Base ops. And you're going to be the one working base ops. So welcome, welcome. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and have the troublemakers get back here. Those two. Oh, go ahead and cancel working on the copper. Because with that, we should have it where they're no longer committing crimes and yada yada yada. That we can potentially move this thing forward. They should be back here in a minute. We'll make sure all the... Oh. It just blinked. It didn't actually commit to it. Oh no, it's trying to kill me. That's fine. Alright. So that means we'll have She-Wolf with us. We'll have one more additional trainee. I'm hoping we'll get the rest of the group. But that feels like it's going to be our first pretty good, you know, put together group of all this. We'll need to grab equipment and all that kind of nonsense. Alright, so you don't have any on you. Alright, does it still label you as committing a crime? Yeah, let's hope there's a couple of iron units here. There is not. That's okay. So I think for the moment, we'll have the Arbiter. We'll grab one of these people. So that way they can't run. So now should be able to run over to the other location and grab us 2 iron plates. Now that they're not actively committing a crime. They'll grab the 2 iron plates. We'll be able to chuck the last person in a cage. And then we'll have our we'll have our combat team able to at least run around and not be tied to home. Where's the barman? I mean, I'll take free equipment, don't mind me. Cool. So we've got some equipment for our people. I just need to wait for the barman to get inside. Oh, actually, that means I won't have enough room for... We could sell it. That's better than that one. Actually, is it? No. Yeah, that's better than that one. Alright. So, see what you got. Sell this. Sell those. And I think you need 3 of them? That's fine. Yeah, so try to get improvement of that armor. But that's good. Meanwhile, I can pop back over to base ops. And you're ready to talk. Nope. No luck this round. That's fine. Alright. Okay, I got one more than I needed, but that's okay. Because with this, Rual can put that one in there. And we can start moving around the map again. Because the barmen can, or sorry, not the barmen. Rual and them can move around. Whereas the Arbiter could stay back and deal with the trading. So we're going to go ahead and start heading them back over towards the Dust Bandits Tower. Now, She-Wolf hasn't been trained yet at all. So She-Wolf is going to absolutely get kicked the crap out of. That is just the way it's going to be to start with. In the meanwhile, Arbiter is going to close the door. Oh, She-Wolf is still... One second. One quick detour. Let's sell that metal plate. Hey, we gotta train you, and there's only one way to do it. And that involves getting beaten the crap out of a bunch of times. It'll be great. Nothing will possibly go wrong. Give Arbiter food? That's actually not a bad idea. So we'll go ahead and... Oh, you're gonna have to trade them directly. That should do for now. Oh, sweet. We got another one right now. All right, cool. So Q, draw. And the next one is Jaywalker. So set free. Follow. You can put that one in the cage now. Alright. So we're gonna need more bandages and food. Let's stock up and move out. Meanwhile, Beep can give you their katana. Alright, so we're gonna need some supplies. So, grab a food cube. Grab 2 medicine. Yeah, actually grab all 3 medicine. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine for right now. Okay. So it is time to get this party moving. Because we need to train. Meanwhile, for the Arbiter, so that you're being productive in the interim, go bang at that copper rock, and actually put you like this. Go bang in the copper rock, and bring it back. And it'll just check in from you to time. Oh, you can also be on stealth. So we can have you check back and recruit people as able. Alright. Yeah, so She-Wolf and Jaywalker will probably get beaten the absolute crap out of to start with. What we can do is put Beep and Rual on taunt for right now to try and draw more of the attacks towards them. That'll help She-Wolf and Jaywalker stay in the fight a little bit better. Oh, let's not get the snot beat out of us by a bunch of slave traders just yet. Try and pick on some hungry bandits and that kind of thing first. I'm also realizing I'm going to switch back here. And I won't be able to have you where I need you to recruit. I've already lost sight of him. That's fine. Go back over here. And the way I'm keeping them all staying together is I've got them all on follow, and I've got Rual set to not go full speed. So Ninja's things are heavy weapon and probably hits everyone in your team. Oh yeah, not some. Probably. That'll likely happen anyways. I wanted you inside the building when you close the door? It's fine. Alright, worker drone. Nope. Not this time. So if we see hungry bandits, I might just engage the group straight on. If we see dust bandits, we'll still like pick them off a couple at a time. Just because we got 2 fresh recruits that are going to take a little bit more. The hope is that because Rual and Beep can handle dust bandits one-on-one pretty easily now, that they can keep the attacks on those 2 while the others get some skill. As well as snag some armor, that kind of thing. All right. Actually, they started with a little bit of combat skill. I've underestimated them. These 2 didn't start with 1-1. They started, honestly, just slightly behind where Rual and them are. I didn't think to look at the stats because we had gotten Beep starts with the 1-1 and your character starts with the 1-1. So that's actually not too shabby. In that case, don't worry about taunting. Just everyone get in there. Do your thing. All right.
I'm afraid I can't stay.
So go ahead and give you those and that. It'll take 2 seconds to pop over. You ready to talk? Anyone ready to talk? Nope. Okay. Where'd the rest of your group go? It is amazing how, when you get into a fight, how fast... There you are. A group of them can just, like, vanish. Oh, the door's open. Okay. Not seeing people on the guard towers either. Says they're still alive in there. You're just weirdly not covering their defenses. Oh, you made a mistake on that one. Dust Bandit, you have angered everything. All right. The added bonus, if it does manage to win against any of those, then I get to get the meat and the other stuff too. I don't think he will, because he'll get attacked from all sides and just wrecked. Okay, so we got standard quality there. So we can go ahead and take that off there and put that there. Those are both shoddy. That's technically a better one than you've got. So we'll take 2 seconds on that. Hop back over here, check on you. And we've got our next person brought in. We've got a Lux Ray. Now, Lux Ray is going part of the first squad. They don't have what they need yet, but we'll get them there. Do that. This is a bad idea. The Lux Ray will find their way to Rual. Wherever they went, they're long gone. I don't see where the rest of those dust bandits got off to. Because they still need a little bit more equipment. I'd like to, if they had any of the guards up out here, I'd like to aggro the guards and start whittling down the guards here. They're definitely not strong enough to storm all 26 inside the building. It might be one of those things if I get close enough that one of them will run out at us. Here we go. Right, come back out. Nope, they're smart enough to get on their, No, don't do that. So they are smart enough to get on their, crossbows and all that. So we're gonna try and draw this one away. Just trying to make sure I'm out of range of the crossbows. We're gonna start picking down, picking off the dust bandits in there till we can go in after the leader. And one of the ones we got roughed up earlier came back with their no weapon and everything. I say, how are you up with all those entries? Alright, so nothing impressive there. That's all junk as well. So do that. So where's Luxray at? Luxray has not begun to walk anywhere at all. Fair enough. And what about you? Neither of them are ready to talk yet. When Luxray gets here, we'll chuck some of the armor over to them immediately. So they already hopped off their weapons, which is interesting to me. Nope, grab everyone. The goal is just drag a couple out of the city at a time. All right. Okay, so we got a Dust Bandit boss and just a regular one. All right. And eventually we'll get like strong enough that I can afford just run my people up onto the walls in a place like that and just start attacking their crossbowmen, and we could hold our own. We're nowhere near there yet. So in the meantime, we're just knocking them out, but we're knocking out one or two at a time, patching ourselves up, moving on. And eventually we'll wear the place down. Yeah, let's have you grab... Alright, that's better equipment for someone. So you get the standard grade there. Luxray's not here yet. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright. And part of the reason I do like doing the not solo runs is one of the downsides you have at the solo runs is just the lack of inventory space. You can actually be such a big downer for getting a lot of stuff done. Alright, so patch all of you up. Luxray is getting here. Alright, are you ready to join? Nope. How close is Luxray right now? They're still ways off. So we'll go ahead and have Rual and them keep pushing. We are gradually getting more and more overburdened, which is slowing us down because we're taking all that armor. The armor actually isn't worth much, but otherwise I get no money, and I like money. Okay, so we did manage to aggro a couple of them. That's the whole thing. The other ones are crossbowmen, so I want to keep trying to aggro anyone who will chase me out so I can deal with it. Alright. It's another Dust Bandit boss. Which I wouldn't mind if we grab like 3, 4, or 5 out here, we could fight him. It's just there's one tougher guy in there who's like 40s or so for stats. And I definitely don't want to try and grab all 20 plus him, because he'll just wipe us out in no time. That said, we are skilling up pretty fast. Okay, so standard, decent weapon. Alright, we'll just wait for Luxray to get there. They're almost there. 1 second, we're back in combat over there for some reason. So I'm guessing the guy got back up and got immediately put back in the dirt. Alright. So you can trade stuff with Rual. Get your initial equipment. The standard. That one's the best one there. Oh, it's not switching the right person. Does anyone here have a standard quality one just sitting in their inventory? Or a particularly good one of these? 430 whatever? Who's got the worst one here? You do. So trade with... Oh no, it's Beep. Trade with Beep. Theirs is better. That's better. Alright. And the team is ready to make another go at it. Who fired at me immediately? I'm gonna rush the wall. Because he got one who's actually chasing. We got 3 chasing, and one of them looks bigger than the other, so we might actually have the big guy. Is that the big guy? That is the big guy. He ditched. Oh, actually, they're all getting involved. Let's do this. Try and take out... Alright, so we got 7 of them plus the guard. We're going to try and take out the ones we can here. You two, get on this guy. We're going to try and kind of like knock the ones out that are on the Garu first. So that the Garu continue to be a distraction. Oh, big patrol. We need to get out. Let them stay distracted with the Garu for a minute, and then we'll just try and fight what's here. Alright. So we're fighting a group of the bandits who have one person advantage on me. But we'll see how it goes. We'll probably get a little roughed up out of this. But it should be good training. It's like Rual's fighting 2 people and everyone else is 1-on-1. Which isn't ideal, because Rual actually doesn't have good defense, has more just straight up attack. But here's hoping... Beep is handling theirs just fine. Okay, Rual's finally down. I figured that was coming because Rual is very attack focused right now in their stats. We've been trying to catch up the defense. So the fact that Rual had 2 on him just wasn't a good setup. How are the others doing? She-Wolf is not doing great, as demonstrated by the fact that they just collapsed. Jaywalker's not doing great. Luxury's not doing great. Beep is doing okay. Getting knocked around a lot. We just don't quite have the defense where a person could just stand there and take hits the whole time. Oh, looks like Luxury just went down. There goes Jaywalker. Beep will be shortly after. Beep's only got one more decent hit till they're down. Still, that was the reason we backed off, so we're also not under the gun kind of thing. Oh, there's been a guy with a crossbow just picking at us. Probably didn't actually do that much. So you're looting the dead. What are you gonna take? I think you'll take food, which I don't know if this counts or not for your purpose. So they do take the food. That's fine. But they left us with all our weapons, and they didn't even get all of the food. Jaywalker down here still has their cube. You start bandaging. Meanwhile, we get our next person. And we've got Soul Adams. And then you switch teams up there. Medical Rescue. Go click over on Rual. Follow. Go here. So everyone's going to start bandaging themselves back up, getting themselves back together. Now give a moment to patch everyone up. You were just waiting at the top of the hill the whole time? That's not cool, man. Alright, I do want you to run down here just so you don't get down that close to their main building there. That's fine. I just didn't want them to get knocked down with their way up there. So Luxray is in trouble. Luxray is pretty badly hurt. Yeah, I gotta steal Jaywalker's food. Yeah, just bad timing. They weren't waiting up there. They just started a patrol. All right. We get everyone patched up. We'll see how we're doing. So we got 3 recovery comas. Not super surprising that our new recruits all got knocked down. And Soul Adams is on their way, which should work out well. Are you... I manually told him to head this way. That's fine. We're just gonna have to wait a minute for them to get back here, because Shield's not going to get up for a little bit. Neither of these two. The Soul Atoms is the last one left to help us carry people back home. And they'll be ready to move and all that stuff. Yeah, so Soul Atoms will make good time. But then I'll pick him up, bring him back to the hub, let him rest in bed for a little bit to recover a smidge. And then it'll be time for us to, do what we can with all that. Was there more loot on these guys I care about? Not the helmets and all that. Alright, you pick them up. Alright, and time for this team to get back home. Where are you going? Where are you going? Rethink your actions. Don't go up towards where they have their crossbows. Meanwhile, you're not yet ready to talk. Okay. Yeah, so we end up pulling basically the bulk of their force out of their base and just got rolled over. That wasn't super surprising considering we've got two people who are about on the same level as the average Dust Bandit, and then the rest of the people were not quite there. So the fact that we got steamrolled wasn't too surprising. That said, I was actually impressed by how long so many of the people stood in. It wasn't until Rual went down trying to fight 2v1 with low defense that ultimately, everyone started going down like dominoes. Alright, there's a weapon for you. Okay, and yours is going to be poor quality, but that's fine. So everyone's got their poor quality armor and all that. What? Oh, Salam's got stuck in terrain. That's fine. Alright. Yep, so we're just going to run up here. There's a couple of beds in the hub that are free. We're just going to plunk down the people who got knocked out and need to recoup. Drop them in the beds. Later on, we'll have like a base that has our own beds that anytime that we've been like really roughed up and need to recover, we can just run back there kind of thing. Alright, so put in bed. Put in bed. Put in bed. Sleep in bed. Sleep in bed. And I'll recover for a minute. Yeah, Soul Atoms don't need to rest because they're fresh. Meanwhile, for the Arbiter, since nothing else needs to be happening here, you can finally just work on base ops for a while. Congratulations. Welcome to the rest of your life. Alright, chat. So bear with me a moment. I need to use the restroom. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to go click on this person and sneak them for a minute. And quick save just in case stuff happens. But I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. We're going to take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Yeah, not enough mana. Oh no, not this again. Alright. Rual, we switch crab. Yeah, no, that was, I mentioned that previously. That basically the issue we ran into was the crabs eat such an obnoxious amount, which was kind of a known issue, that it got to be very frustrating to deal with it. But more so was honestly I was getting tired of the mod pack. I dislike that every other mod pack wants to change everything. Like I wish there was just like, yo, empty parts of the map, drop stuff there. Mod, that's it. You know, add a couple extra cities in some of these dead zones. That's it. Nothing more. But yeah, they used to have almost all those as like their own things, and then just over time they kind of did away with that. It's just they stopped getting maintained because, you know, Kenshi hasn't had an update in a very long time. So it's kind of one of those things. You tell me that Kenshi mods don't play well together? Well, that just sounds like Kenshi. Oh no, it's not even a matter that the mods didn't play well together. It's the mods had just a bunch of junk that they add in. That's kind of the problem, is there used to be a lot of these mods that were standalone things. They'd be like, oh, you want an extra city over there? Yeah, we could do that. Oh, you want, you know, this one faction to have a little bit extra stuff? Sure, we can make that happen. But it kind of became a thing over time. They're like, so many of those mods just started dropping support, just, you know, the classic. The game hasn't had much in the way of major updates in a very long time. So as a result, a lot of those mods stopped getting maintained. And just little by little, they kind of fell more and more like behind on what things were set up with. That nowadays, to get a lot of those mods, you gotta get the giant mod packs. It's like the only way you can get a hold of the mods at all. And so it's not even like them working together or not, it's just they end up being these giant sweeping mods and you kind of want just like to touch a little bit here and there. Alright, so we'll have you just grab the food. Just grab a bunch of food for everyone. Hey, don't even need to dish this out to everyone. Anyone with a backpack, if I give them the food and put it in the backpack, they will automatically give it out to the others. Ooh, Rual was basically out of bandage. Oh, never mind, you're not. Alright. Must work, must work. That's not gonna work again, is it? Okay. I was hoping it would, because it'd make it faster. But yeah, it did not work. I was just gonna like pick him up and put it back in to see if it like reset the dialogue. Alright, so Rual is up. You're basically ready to rock and roll. You're a little hurt, but that's okay. You're still pretty badly hurt. We'll have She-Wolf go back to sleep. Because Jaywalker's still pretty busted up right now. Alright, so give him just a little bit more time to recover. And then once we've got that, we will go back for more. So as modders fell off, others picked up their stuff into one giant amalgamation. Basically, like there used to be, like if you look at any of like the faction expansion kind of mods, those are the ones you'll see it the most. They'll be like, here's the Cannibal Expandeds, and they'll just have like a big dialogue that says, this is no longer being supported. You know, that kind of thing. And then you'll see that they have put that into other mod groups. Which, you know, honestly, like, good on the big giant mod packs for picking up and saying, hey, this mod was like a favorite for the community for a long time. We shouldn't just let it die. But on the other hand, I kind of wish it was like, hey, we just took this over. It's its own thing. We're just going to keep it from, like, breaking. But, you know, very much they all just kind of become part of the giant mod packs. That's probably good enough. Alright. So with that, we've got 5 of the 7 that we've been trying to train up. So you'll start heading those over the Dust King. You're going to stop doing your jobs and run back up here. Yeah, mine can be used. Are usually pretty passionate about this stuff. Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. This is more just like I don't like the big sweeping mods. When I want a mod, I want to do like one thing well. Like, you know, this mod makes it so shelves store 3 items. Cool. That's straightforward. I wanted to do just that. And I'll actually say Kenshi is particularly notorious for mods that they go, I add this new weapon. And then you realize it also adds like a whole extra faction and a whole bunch of other stuff like off to the side. So it can be very tricky sometimes to go, is this item a mod or not? Because they're pretty bad about undocumented stuff getting added. And then good luck with the mod packs of knowing what is and isn't in the mods. I was really hoping right that second that they'd join, because that'd be close enough it'd be worth me just turning around and grabbing them with the rest of the other group. Alright. Because with that, then I'll be able to let just the Arbiter kind of, just do their thing, and just, like, working on laboring and all that, because the plan is to have the Arbiter go, and they will start building our base. Because we are going to do a base, not as like the main focus, like this group who's going to be out here, you know, taking out different, like we're starting with some minor factions because that's what we're capable of, is to start working on that. But we are going to move up to major factions as well. The plan is like knock everyone out. But that's the reason we're starting with the Dust Bandits. Dust Bandits end up being one of the early punching bags for most people just because, I mean, they're pretty fragile. One thing we will have to watch is if I have food and we start noticing some of these other ones getting hungry or whatever, that does happen with the recruitment mod, that sometimes you'll recruit people, and it's not even the mod, but sometimes you'll recruit people and it won't recognize that they're your people as far as borrowing items from each other's inventories. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Let's see, your personal pet peeve as far as mods go is the ostensibly the mods with hidden overpowered items. Oh yeah. Like, that's the thing that frustrates me. It's like, oh, here, okay, this mod is supposed to add an extra group of enemies for me to fight. That sounds like a reasonable mod. And then they'll be like, okay, you go into this, like, tangentially related base, and inside is, like, the special Matau Cloud's sword, or, like, whatever nonsense. And it'll be this weapon that does, like, 10 times as much damage as, like, the next best weapon in the game. And you'll be like, what? Come on. Yes, it's fine. We grabbed 3. I just didn't want the whole pack all at once. We got a bunch of new people here. All right. One of them should be a ranged person. I think the last recruit we're gonna get is gonna be our ranged person, because there will be certain fights we get into that we will need to use range to, if nothing else, act as a stunning move, to give our people a chance for like the really powerful people like Catan. Because even if you like max out your stats, like just like the normal max, not what you've modded where you can have like infinite health and all that, but you like max out your stats and you run up to Catan with the best gear, still absolutely just wreck you if you don't do stuff to like dodge his hits. Alright, Beep, grab that armor. The weapon. Alright. And every little bit of this, we're getting better at fighting. Went down from blood loss of all things. Okay. It's gonna be time for a real fight. Do we want to do this like straight up? Let's back off, actually. Like, it'll be a close fight, but we have a couple... Oh, is everyone's... I mean, everyone's almost bandaged up. I'd like to split the group. And that is a perfect opportunity. Okay, that'll work. It'll take 2 seconds, check in on you. There we go. Nope, not yet. All right. I'm trying to remember, how many weapon types are there in the game? So there's technically 8. Because you have katanas, sabers, hackers, heavy weapons, blunt polearms, martial arts is its own weapon, and then we also have, like, the crossbows and all that. Okay, and after we drop this one, we're probably good to just engage the rest of the group as one whole group, because I believe we'll be tied up if I counted correctly. I could be off by 1 or 2, though. Because most of our people are roughly at the same area being able to fight them. Yeah, because they're like 719, 819. Like, Rual and Beep are a bit above them. We'll definitely want way better equipment than just random dust bandit armor. It's actually pretty awful. But it's also better than literally nothing. Where's the rest of their group? Well, wherever they went, they got themselves nice and scarce. I was expecting to see them on the path up here. Oh, no, there they are. Yeah, 6 on 6. Rual is just getting hit from all sides. They're really not dividing out in targets well. It's like Rual's getting hit by like 4 people, and then their guy is getting hit by like 4 people. Ooh, okay. One of you can take that. There we go. High grade. Alright, now we're talking. Nice, so people got some minor upgrades. Is that really the time to bandage, Luxray? I mean, good on you for timing it, but... You spent about 30 minutes deboning chicken? Yep. I used to do that all the time, when, I'll deal with that. Actually, you run over here. That it was the thing I used to do quite a bit with, sorry, I'm being, like, trying to divide my attention. It used to be one of the things that when I was, you know, broke college student kind of things, that what I would do is I'd go get, like, just the whole chicken, like, you know, you'd kind of sit there and just put that in, like, a crock pot, let that go the whole day, and then, you know, you'd pop back at the end of the day and take that out. You could use a broth for making soup. You could, you'd then, you know, like, pull the bones, chuck those, take the rest of chicken, shred that up for, like, chicken enchiladas, that kind of thing. So, for not having money, it wouldn't cost you very much to get, and you'd get, like, a good 5 or 6 meals out of it. Which was pretty dang good for broke college student. Alright, so they won that fight. Alright, everyone doing relatively okay? Yeah, so Jaywalker's got a pretty decent chest injury, but otherwise not too bad. Everyone's all patched up and ready for more. So we'll go pick a fight with some more people, bring them on in, get ourselves some more loot and all that. Once we get the full team, one of the things we're going to try to do is once we get a little bit of money, we're going to make our way to Squin to see if we can't snag some more of the ninja backpacks. Alright, so we got these two. They're fresh ones, so that's good. Gonna do some pretty sizable pasta bake with beef, Italian sausage, which that sounds really good. Okay, we got another high grade. You like lieutenant or something? No, you're just a dust bandit boss. Standard grade. At this point, we're pretty good in those. Alright. Standard grade. It's better than what you have. Moving that around so we can... There you go. Alright, get everyone all patched up. That's another 2 knocked out. Oh, you should have those higher. Alright, so we've got them set to bodyguard roll. Did we actually bust out his arm? Okay. Oh, we need to drop back. We need to drop back now. We're effectively being outflanked. Let's run back here real quick. We're being chased, we are not. So start attacking all of their crossbowmen. And allow the goats to help us win the day. If we take the crossbowmen out of the fight, that's a straight up fight without getting nailed by a bunch of arrows. Alright. So grab that. Grab your arrows. There. Inventories are full. I'm just adjusting it so they will bodyguard Rual, so the moment Rual gets attacked, they'll all respond, so they don't have to like micro each and every person. I was just surprised the boss ran up to go to the guns. I mean, honestly, the boss is going to go down anyways. He's got a bleeding stomach wound and apparently doesn't carry bandages. So, you know, that's a good move on their part. All right. Go grab that better weapon. Okay, so get everyone patched up real fast. And run back down here. Nope, not yet. Alright, how are we doing? So injuries are starting to stack up. We got 2 people that are only like a hit or 2 from going down. That said, we have done a pretty good number to the population of that tower. It's down to 8 people. And then the main guy, his arm is completely busted. Alright, so we've aggroed them. Let's run out here real fast. Yeah, the main guy, we do not. Cool. So some of them will get back up, that's fine. So I gotta check the Dust Bandit boss corpses to make sure they don't have any extra bonuses. We're just all getting on top of each other, getting hit mutually. High grade. That's an improvement. Alright, 516. Alright, so you should go down soon. Alright, so keep the shoddy one, give me that. Take the poor quality sword, give me the better one. So you already took your pants, he took your pants. Standard quality, shoddy. I'm just checking all these ones that have the higher ratings in case they have like the high quality ones. Alright, so they're all terrible. Okay, so everyone is getting to be pretty roughed up. So it's not the best. Alright, no luck. Helmet's not worth it? Not really. The helmets are like worth barely 100 each. Alright, so we need to wait for She-Wolf to get back up. And how many are still inside this place? It says there's 8 residents still. We just pulled a bunch outside. I see you playing dead. It's fine. In a few seconds, you're gonna go from playing dead to dying. Yep. There's a couple of bounties out here. Not big ones. Not like the big one. Who is bounties with? Check Kingdom. So we'll just need to remember to grab that body on the way out. That it is worth us doing that. One of the Dust Bandits died outside because he sustained just so many injuries on them. And they don't bandage each other, apparently. Made some progress today. That we have. That's usually how this goes, is it starts out slow, and then you start getting to the point where you can fight easier enemies, and you slowly work up to fighting a little bit harder ones. And for each little shred of more strength you get, it means there's less fights you just have to walk away from, or face plant the dirt from. Kenji's all about strength through suffering? Pretty much. Even the power leveling ways of doing things usually involve what, objectively from the outside, you look at and be like, that is truly suffering beyond suffering. Like putting yourselves in machines that awfully damage you, or, you know, a machine that slowly heals you while you're also being beaten the living crap out of by someone else. I think it might literally just be the main guy now. Or not, or we have another one popping out right now. I'm glad he volunteered by himself and just letting me absolutely destroy him. Alright. The Dust Bandits are now hostile towards me. That took long enough. We've been literally... Oh. Here's the main guy. We destroyed his arm, and the rest of him is in pretty rough shape. Let's do this. We got quite a few people who are one hit from going down, by the way. Such as She-Wolf, as demonstrated. One more hit on that arm, and I believe it'll pop right off. And then he's going to collapse from limb trauma, most likely. Alright, he's down. Don't let him stay that way. Don't let him get back up, so loot him. So, guess what? You're getting a massive upgrade on your arsenal. Congratulations. Those are all worth some money. Take the shoddy ones out of here. That's worth more than those. That's a standard quality, so you can go ahead and take that and take this. The dark leather. I'm surprised we can't, even as hivers, I'm surprised we can't wear that. You can make room for that. All right. That's still 417. Okay, meanwhile, you go pick him up. Alright. Need more ninja bags? Yep, I already mentioned that. Once we're done here, we're going to do that. Make sure everyone's patched up. And let's save real fast, because there was one down here who had a bounty for a couple thousand. Oh, did he die, like, right then? He did. Well, I still get half credit. And then I don't need to bandage him. So, you know, that's fine. Oh, you're gonna be out? Yeah, so you're gonna be down for a while, so let's pick you up. Now, I often forget to loot this place because I get excited about the bounty and just get out of here. Okay, I mean, it's not my favorite bag. But it will let me carry more. Oh, you're unconscious. That's fair. So the hashish we're not going to bring with us right now because I'm literally going to go to where it's illegal and we have very little of any kind of skill to deal with any of that. So I'd rather just take the, 35. All right, so that we keep, the specialist one. That'll go for our last person. It's an empty grog bottle. Boo. Poor Luxury's all beat up. Yep. That is the way this rolls. Alright, meanwhile, let's go to base ops. Can we bring in our next person? Not yet. Yeah, so that's going to be our big cash in that we're going to get. We'll take the scavenger bag and we'll give that to Arbiter. Cool. Who can... You go ahead and grab that. Since they're going to be our traveling team. Alright. Is there anything up higher? Yeah, there's one more floor up here of stuff. Yeah, we'll check it all out. Alright. Hey, Jacob, how's it going? Come on. Oh, I probably need to bandage you. Hey. Don't let our $35,000 bounty die. I don't care about their left arm or anything like that. I just don't want them to bleed out. Okay, we have a small bag. Pearl urn. Alright. It's got some value. Oh, cat'll join us if we left them out. Unfortunately. I don't want them to join us. Well, I don't know about you, but I don't see anything in that next floor. Feels like that next floor definitely didn't have anything on it that I need to worry about. We managed to get a colony back into space and RimWorld. Nice. Sure, we'll grab those. All right. And with that, that means we have cleared this. So it's marked as dead. See, there's clearly no one left in here. It says they're dead. So there's definitely not anyone else to worry about. Yeah, it would be a real shame if there was someone locked in those cages. Luckily, there was definitely no one by the name of Cat in those cages. I actually have no strong opinions on the character Cat, but we are going for a Hiver run, and they're not a Hiver. So There isn't a don't have this person join, it's they join. What are you doing? Why are they all suddenly medicing? We'll wait for just a minute for them to catch up. Let him join and make him a slave? Nah, I don't engage in slavery. It's a racist run? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're just fighting everyone. We even plan on going after the other hives, to be clear. Literally everyone is on the menu. What is happening right now? Because I know you're not bandaging that guy. That guy's dead. All the bandages in the world aren't going to help him. Okay, so let's try and get back to the hub again. Because our plan is to get to the hub and get everything else out. Alright. Meanwhile, you want to talk about working for us now? Nope. It's okay, you'll either join us or you'll starve in the cage. It's your choice. Well, that isn't what I wanted to see. Okay, so Rual and Beep. We're gonna turn around. Rual is gonna keep trying to go. Oh, you're not gonna be able to run from it. Luckily we quick save constantly, because I'm definitely not letting the leader get away and run all the way back. Let's see, question, can you get a recommendation on what to run next rim run should be? I have no idea what you've done, so it'll be difficult to do that. I also have no idea where you're at as a player so far as skill level and all that as well. So it is one of those things that I would love to help you, but I also don't realistically have a way. Alright, so we're just going to load that. That's what I get for not paying attention, because otherwise what's going to happen is the $35,000 guy is going to stand up, he's going to run away, and I will never figure out where he goes. Because he won't return to his tower, because his tower will be dead. And so it's like not even like the losing of 35,000. It just has weird effects when that kind of thing can happen. But yeah, no, you can do stuff like tree huggers, you can max out the pollution, you can do like a swamp tile. There's lots of options. Yeah, now my current run is just get all the books. Because part of this is we now have backpacks that hurt our ability to fight. And we also, on top of that, we're carrying 3 people. So we're not, and we're beating the crap out of. But we did manage to capture the Dust King. Tree hugger sounds interesting. Yeah, it can be rough depending on what you do. If you do the extreme settings where you cannot cut down trees at all, it can be real rough, or mine at all. It's still doable, but get used to like yanking trees out of the ground and putting them someplace else. But yeah. Meanwhile, take a quick second. Do we make a new friend? New friend? Nope. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do a bunch of sales to just get stuff out of our inventory. We're gonna give the scavenger bag to Arbiter. Sell the tiny bag, like the regular tiny bag, not the good one for combat. And then we're gonna head towards Squin to drop off the bounties. And a big part of that is to not have all the things slowing us down. All right. Cool. Don't go that way. Let's see. You tried to do tree hugger once. You managed to get past the early stages before the dry production ramped. But you rage quit not long after as you lined up major walkways in the trees of the mood buffs and then set them to never be cut, but you just kept cutting them anyways. Oh, yeah, usually you have to sit there and go out of your way to be like, yeah, we just don't cut trees. Like with a tree hugger run, you kind of have to just be like, yeah, we just never cut trees ever. It's the only way to avoid dealing with them like constantly causing problems. Or you sit there and go, okay, I've got all the things to make my people happy. Let's lean in. We're gonna just absolutely obliterate the forest for a little while, and then that's the whole thing. Oh, those are dust bandits. I thought they were just starving bandits. None of that's ideal. But the smaller groups, I'm hoping we'll be able to like hold out with this. No, we are losing handily. Where's town? Yep, just keep glitching and pushing forever. And Beep's trying. So problem is just like one hit and then Rual drops to 35,000. Like it glitched somehow? That's unfortunate. Yeah, so we're considered in the hub. If we take one more chest hit, we drop the guy. Like, and I could do stuff like micros, like zigzagging like this. I failed that one. Because the leg limp is hurting us real bad. Yeah, Beep did eventually go down. The good news is the character that, come on. Oh, She-Wolf is actually back up right now? And he's gone. Sigh. That's always a downside. Right at the doorstep. The problem is there's no guards here. Which has worked out because they've been kidnapping people, and if there were guards there, they would absolutely have not put up with it. But that's fine. Yeah, no, I thought it was starving bandits. It's like, yeah, we'll turn around and fight him. And then it's like, oh wait, those are dust bandits. And like, we can handle them normally now, but we're in a situation now where we're all beat up, we're carrying bodies. So it is kind of one of those things that it's just a compounding effect. Now I have been quick saving as we go through. To try and help with a bunch of this. You very quickly learn in Kenshi to make it a habit to quick save regularly. Might have been better to lock up the leader in a totally empty cage while you rested. Honestly, that's not a bad plan. This time we went around the other way. We're going right past where this place does have guards that would help us. So we're good. Yeah, we also need to ditch all the extra weight we've got worth of stuff. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna go ahead and go inside here for a moment. Alright, so start taking all of this crap off me so I can actually fight. We got all that food. Oh, take the specialist. We want to keep the specialist one. That's fine. That's all medical and food. Alright, so for you, give me those bandages. Alright, so you're basically spent. There's not a whole lot else I want from this person. Their Dust Bandit leader here with a bounty we could claim. I like claiming bounties. Not looking like there's a leader unless they already knocked him. I'm just not seeing the body. Nope, it's fine. Alright, so with that, let's go ahead and run over to the hub. Because this seems to be like a not me kind of problem. Oh, I see. Alright. Those who can't quite keep up because they're carrying people, it's fine. They'll figure it out. Alright, so next bar. Okay, so we've got a nice supply of things going on here. We don't want to grab way too much. But looks like we're in good shape from here. Yeah, I can toss that medicine over there. That can go to Luxray. Actually, I can go to Soul Atoms. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of goodies here. Now we run over to the Arbiter. So what's going to happen here is you trade. And now you trade. Here, you keep those medkits on you. And that, and a little bit of food. Just so I have to worry about it. Alright, so now the Arbiter has a bit more supplies to themselves. We're going to run back in here because I just want to get rid of that small backpack. And we will be wrapping up in not too terribly long. Normally I'm wrapped up for the night. I want to go ahead and just drop off the bounty really fast so I don't have to worry about that. There you are. So you've got the tiny backpack. Because that backpack penalizes combat speed and everything, so that backpack doesn't stick around. Alright, so you all start making your way to Squin. Oh, actually, hey, you can put down She-Wolf now. Oh, at some point I must have dropped the bandit boss. That's fine. That's not the one that's worth a bunch. It's the other one. Alright, so save. Start making your run down here. And we're going to immediately turn around and go right back up here. Because that's a bad time. We run directly into the bar. The bar staff will help us, or should help us. Because that's a pretty good group of dust bandits. Oh, you don't have a weapon yet. That's fine, we'll get one out of this. Here, we can just run outside and grab one. There. Wait, did you not put it on? Come on, man. Okay. Just having him check for better equipment laying around here. Trying to see if there was the Dust Bandit boss. Nope. It is like all rubbish. There we go. A minor upgrade. I can worry about that, that's fine. Okay, so with that, go ahead and you get back inside. And She-Wolf got downed again, which is going to take a minute for them to recover. Did you forbid cut down also with harvesting? Oh. Alright. Let's try this nonsense where I pick you up and I move you over here. Okay, so She-Wolf is back up. So let's try leaving town for Squin again. Because we got a $35,000 bounty on our shoulder that we're trying to take home. How do you still have an arm? You're at minus 241. Something is not right there. That arm should have popped off in such a big way. Maybe because I'm holding the guy on top of us, it just bugged out and all that. That's good. Oh, weird. Wait a second. Oh no, that's the Dust Bandit's arm is at negative 240. I guess he can't lose his arm. Because he should have lost his arm there. I was about to say, like, Rual only has like 75 health in his arm. I was like, how is your arm still attached? Alright. But yeah, so we're gonna claim our bounty here. And we'll be able to sell him. Not sell him. We'll be able to turn him in for his bounty. $35,000. Okay. Give the reward. Yep, hand over the bounty. And just like that, we have made ourselves a cool $35,000. We have basically destroyed the Dust Bandits so far as there being a meaningful force in the world. But what we're going to do... Oh, never mind. They just closed in my face. Alright. I'm going to fast forward real fast just to see if they've got any of the ninja backpacks when we wake up, because they sometimes will have it. I'd really like this person to be recruited. Just so I remember to actually give them the specialist crossbow. Because that's going to be kind of the goal, is to get them that specialist crossbow so that we have our one ranged person out of the group and let them start training. That is a stubborn one. Alright, so it should open in not too super long. We'll grab any ninja backpacks they'll have. And that's the Dust Bandits defeated. So the next ones will probably go after. You see how there's that dead? This tower up here, I believe that's the camera's like Black Ninja group or whatever. It's the it's one of the other ninja groups on the map. Black Dragon, that's what it is. Black Dragon Ninjas. But they'll be our next target. They'll be a bit on the tougher side. We could beat them up. They'll drop lots of katanas for us. Oh, good. I thought you opened a little bit later in the day. Alright, so we have one more of the ninja backpacks, so that's at least something. I could grab the bedrolls, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, because if I grab the bedrolls, we can plop those down in a pinch to heal ourselves. How much do you cost? 605? There, so we've got 3 bedrolls. How are we doing on our supplies? You can get a good med kit. You can get a good med kit. You can get a good med kit. Alright, so we're good on med kits for the moment, I think. Step outside real fast, and are you ready to join me? I'd like you to join me right now. Can you do it? Nope. Alright, well, I'm not going to push that too much. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and get a proper save here. So, Hives Unite. So, this has been a very productive stream so far as Kenshi and all that said. What did start scenario did we do? We did the Holy Sword, which is we start with 200 bounty, or 200, or 20,000 bounty against you in the United Cities and Holy Nation, but you start with a Edge Type 1 sword. It was like, it's a legendary sword. I'm like, it's an Edge Type 1. That's pretty good. I wouldn't go as far as legendary. But yeah, so we're doing pretty good. We've got ourselves a group. We've got 7 Hivers on our side, about to be 8. We've started training ourselves. We managed to take down the Dust King, and the Dust Bandits are now knocked out. We went from, at the start of this, we were kind of at like 8 or 9 attack or whatever, and defense, and we got ourselves kind of in the low 20s on a lot of our characters. So we're looking pretty good on our attack force. We do have our one person who's in the defense thing. Surprisingly, actually has some pretty good defense skill and no mentionable worth attack. But we're doing pretty good. I would definitely say we made a lot of meaningful progress today. But with all that said, this is about the time I wrap up stream. But don't go anywhere. I am going to go find someone for us to raid. But for those who have enjoyed the content and who aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find our way back here in the future. I do play a variety of games, including RimWorld, Kenshi, Farm Sim. I have done Auction Dawn Included, and a whole bunch of other games. Definitely good times over here. We do a lot of variety. Product Zomboid used to hold a world record in that. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen. And for those of you over there on TikTok and YouTube, don't forget to do the likes, subscribes, and follows, because those streams will be ending abruptly. While Twitch over here, don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone to raid. So let's go ahead and see who I can find to drop a cheeky little raid on real fast. We got plenty of people I know.